Whakatakatihu ki turu, whakatakatihu ki atunga, ki ama kina kina ki uta, ki ama tara tara ki tai, e hie hakahana, he tio, he huka, he huna, te hie mauriora. Welcome to you all, and any apologies from councillors?
I think Councillor Randall's running late on account of the delays by a certain protest group.
Liz for absence, Mayor Fano partial absence, departure for Councillor Paul, Calvert and Hoya.
Mine's just partial absence.
Cool, partial absence.
Hey?
It's online. Yep.
Don't know, might be.
Cool. Now we go to, can someone move and second that for me? I will move it. And who's going to second? Cool. Can we vote? Cool. Passed, and now we will go to the minute of last meeting. Can I get someone to pass it? Okay, Councillor McNulty and Councillor Matthew. Cool, we vote on it. Cool. Carried. Now there is no announcement from the mayor, no petition to discuss, so now we will go to conflict of interest declaration. Anyone? Cool, move on. Now we will just go to submissions.
You can just say there are no.
Cool, there is no item in the agenda. We straight go to the hearing, and the first one will be public participation for Grant Stevenson speaking on Capital City Initiative. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. City status. You'll see the image on the screen, which I'm sure page one of the. I always wondered. You can now hear me. Okay, sorry. Okay, page one of the treaty. As a child, I always wondered why it was that strange shape. And the truth is that for decades it was neglected in storage, first in the old government buildings and then Parliament. It was eaten by rats and insects, and that is why we've got such a weird shape for such an important document. I see it also as a picture of what our capital city status looks like. It's been neglected, and that neglected started, strangely, with a very positive initiative, which was absolutely positively Wellington, which was a marvellous branding exercise, but moved the city away from a dull, grey, bureaucratic 60s, 70s image into something much more driven by hospitality, by events, the arts, fun on a plate. And in some ways, the spotlight moved from Parliament and it shifted to the waterfront, to Civic Square, to Courtney Place, and then briefly the city flirted with Miramar. APW, as it was known, became top town bureaucratic boredom became events excitement, but we lost something. Because a fun city, which we have now, does deliver gratification, but Wellington as the capital city, with the depth of stories and knowledge we've got here, could actually offer deeper nourishment. So I call it a tale of two cities. We've got the Babbling Brook brand, which we all know about, lots of events, lots of fun, lots of excitement, Wellington on a plate. And we've also got the capital city institutions, collections, custodians of our national identity, which we, and I say we because I was very much part of the events-driven 2000s, have ignored at our peril. It's our only real point of unique difference in New Zealand. So can the big city, the fun city, and the deepest city, the Babbling Brook and the deeper river, be brought together? Well, it's happened a couple of times. Te Papa did it beautifully. Small example, but a very good one. Gallipoli, the scale of our war, they actually brought in people from the movie industry to develop that exhibition and told one of our most important stories within a government institution. I myself opened 45 of your institutions, and I say your, meaning the capital city, for the 2015 birthday, over 2 days in the middle of winter, and we got 80,000 visits to see all of those institutions in the big open day. We did it by using the performing arts to animate the buildings. So we put the NZSO into the Beehive, we had actors in the National Library, we had a free bus circuit all around the city visiting all of those 45 institutions. So the capital city really has got to shift from a storehouse where all the treasures are hidden into a showcase. How do we do it? I have a slide which should come up. Advancing it. Can you do that, Steph, if I can't? Because I've got 3 things to suggest. First of all, and I'll start, we'll wait for the slide, talking about the management environment. I think this City Council should forge a meaningful partnership with central government and deliver this thing called Capital City Storehouse to Showcase. That will help you create a wider relationship with the central government, and frankly, when we look at the nightmare that's been Let's Get Wellington Moving, you need a better relationship with central government. Your relationship with the government should be unique in New Zealand. And I remind councillors that Auckland just has appointed a minister for Auckland. We are well behind. The second one is the physical environment. You and government, working through this partnership, should give the capital city precinct, the parliamentary precinct, a thorough urban design treatment. You've done it twice already, really well. Memorial Park, joint initiative. The Cenotaph redevelopment, joint initiative. Things to be proud of. That partnership can work. You've got to make the capital city a destination. Every child in Australia goes to Canberra as part of their curriculum requirement. They go to Canberra each year. The third one I call an activity environment because there's an annual calendar of dates that are important to all New Zealanders. That means celebrations and marking of those dates in the capital city on a consistent basis will revisit the concept. So, I was born in Wellington. My grandmother's maiden name was Plymmer. I received one of your absolutely positively Wellington Awards in 2019. I think I'm as Wellington as we can get. But I have to say I'm ashamed of how we all treat the capital status. You're not alone in this neglect. Remember when John Key said that Wellington is dying? The capital city is a government initiative.
Sorry interrupting you, but if you can make it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll finish there, just reminding everybody 2 things. First of all, that neglect is the most insidious of all destructive processes. And secondly, this will always be important. It will never be urgent. We've got to move the capital city from storehouse to showcase. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and your passion. Next is Don McDonald speaking on parking in Newtown. Don, you got 5 minutes and you know that.
Thank you, Kōrau Mātinitini and committee and Chair Nuruddin and councillors. And I've got a lot of issues and I've got a lot of printouts to race through. Now this one here says, heads up, some verandas hazardous. That's Matt Stewart and Tom Hunt and Kevin Stent about the 10th month of 2017. hazardous verandas continue to perch above Wellington's heads more than 2 years after a bylaw was introduced to fix the problem, and so on. Now, that's a problem. Another one is this one, can't see. You should have these printouts. All library, Arapaki. You see there's a funny sign here, Wharepaku. Well, you can't see it. That's not good because you can't find the toilet, no arrow. The next one, page 1, meeting dates. The timetable is a horror because what's the date of next month's meeting? We'll never know. We'll never know what the date of next month's meeting is. It won't be the 31st, I don't think. And that's in regional news. What's this one? Here's another one. The gambling. It's a horrible. The total prize pool is $81 million, and they didn't pay it. They kept half of it. Another one, page 2. Inefficient fixes. When you send a fixes to 3400, they don't really take much notice of 3400, and they send you back a lot of stuff about conditions. And you see the printout there. The next one, page 3, darker. Oh, make the page darker. Ombudsman. Thursday email, public participation. All ticket close. When I send them a job, all tickets they close. As you see, there's about 100 jobs there. They do many every day, and they just say something like, "Thank you for your email regarding not expired by more than." The subject line doesn't give any information. I move these are a shame replies. They've got to do a decent reply and a decent subject line, and they're all cyclist style. And I say sack. Another one, page 4. Now the fixers are a bit lazy, the 3400. Ticket received, page 7. And what does that mean, ticket received? The thing I say log job, that's a lot shorter. Log, they should be doing the job and letting you know what they've done. As you see, old-fashioned, proper, annotate. This is what you should be doing when I send you an email. You should be annotating it and getting back to me and telling me that you've done the job. Page 8. Expiry. Footpath, Tuft Street. Well, half the cars always expired. And condensation footpath, expiry. Another one, Russell Terrace. Page 9, Russell Terrace. 12 years. Then they repair it. A week later, it's broken again. You can see from the tarmac there that the bus, the tarmac is broken straight away. Inadequate repair. Shock roads. Now, the thing is, we want the councillors to get back to me. I give you a job, they don't take any notice. Not Southern, not anybody. And they told me, Iona told me, they do give tickets for Newtown. Well, tell me, this is their Lagoima. They don't do any Lagoima. Lagoima says how many tickets were issued and how many were paid, how much was paid. No idea. And this was before, what put before mandate. And I want that Lagoima. There was an answer, but they won't tell me the number, so I can find again. And that should be circulated. I'll take a question, please.
Any questions, councillors? Ray?
Thanks very much for coming in, Don. Do you think that our parking enforcement officers should actually actively look around for expired warrants and registrations? So instead of going out and looking for actual park infringements, should they be focusing on the registration and warrants?
Well, the registrations, most of them are expired. I did one to NZTA, whatever it's called, and when they renew their registration, most of them are expired, so they're not current. The thing is, your street, you go to your street, go up the street, half the cars, and I ring Councillor Free many times, and I'll give a list as I walk along. I'll give this one, and nothing ever happens. And the toilets are a shame in Newtown. I think my time is almost up now, but thank you, and let's get the replies coming back and do these legoimas. These legoimas are jobs that should be done. And Kim doesn't give any tickets. He says he gives tickets. He doesn't give any tickets. How many? He's laughing. But
Thank you so much, Don.
Sack.
It's like always taking your time and bringing your submissions, and we really appreciate that. And officers will take note of what you're saying. Thank you. Okay, now we finished from participation. Now we will go next to the oral submissions. And two of our submitters are not here, but I see Nick Roney. If you can come, Nick, and get a 5-minute.
Thank you. First up. All right. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity. Microphone's on? Yeah. All right. I just wanted to take the opportunity, thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to come and have a brief discussion about some of the issues in relation to accessibility in relation to this matter, particularly in relation to how the facilities review has gone. There are some broad comments I'd like to make, and then some specific comments in relation to my community of Brooklyn. So I'd just like to make some broad comments first and then some specific ones. Firstly, I'd just like to say that it is very positive to see that accessibility is right up front. So from my perspective, that's really good, and it is progress from where I sit to see accessibility mentioned right up top in the mission statement. It has taken a lot of effort to get council to focus on accessibility, so you are to be congratulated from that perspective. However, there is another side to that. It would be really great to see specific outcomes flow out of that mission statement focus on accessibility, and then deliverable outcomes flow out of that focus in the mission. Because we do have a focus on accessibility, but then it would be really great to see deliverable outcomes flowing out of that headline focus on accessibility. Because if you don't have a deliverable to flow out of that headline focus, then you're not really delivering anything specific around accessibility. And that really does impact on the way that members in the community experience accessibility when they go into our community facilities. I think we can get a little tighter around how we define accessibility and include universal design. That's something that I've been talking to members about for a very long time, and it's something that hasn't been adopted up until this point. It's something that we can make more progress on, and it's something that I'd encourage councillors, officers to think about, because that will tangibly impact the way that disabled people, families, elderly experience our community facilities. So think about putting tangible features like that into our deliverables. That's the broad comments. Specifically in relation to the Brooklyn and Bogomorn F18, that's my community, that's where I live. I've had a long association with that community, former chair of the Brooklyn Community Association with the Bogomorn group as well. I had an experience where someone told me that the Bogomorn Bowling Club was not accessible. So they came and they told me that facility was not accessible. So members of that group were asking me for advice on how to make that facility accessible. They've just recently come and asked me for advice around the website. So I've passed them on to people that know more about that particular part of the world. But really the most concerning part I can see that the time is running down here. We really shouldn't be funding places that are not accessible to everybody, fundamentally, because that shuts off parts of our city to members of the community. And that has happened recently. A group called Silver Noodle Soup used to go to the Vogelmorn. They can now no longer go to that facility because they have a wheelchair user, and that person can't go to that facility. So we need to think very carefully about what we're doing here. We have the Brooklyn Community Association. That is accessible. We should be thinking about accessible facilities. We should be thinking about hubbing. We should be thinking about what we're doing in Waitohi, in Johnsonville, bringing our facilities together in terms of how we are bringing accessible facilities together. We already have an accessible facility in the Brooklyn Community Association and the community centre. We've got the library, we've got...
Thank you, Nick. If you can make your last point.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My point is, accessible facilities exist. We should be supporting them, funding them. Where we have inaccessible facilities, we need to be making them accessible. Apologies.
Brilliant.
There's
Thank
a
you.
lot to say. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your time and
Thank you.
going forward. Next is Lawrence Collingborn from Onslow Resident Community Association. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā ata, ko Lawrence Collingborn aho. I am president of the Onslow Residents Community Association. 5 minutes is an insult. 10 minutes still would be inadequate to explain our community, and we have over 150 members, view about this facilities management plan. It is not a plan. It has very few actions in it. It has no timelines. It has no budget. So this isn't going to be very positive. First of all, it fails to present what the facilities actually provide in terms of amenity services and the service levels we can expect from these facilities. They're completely missing from the plan. It's a swimming pool, great. So what swimming services does it have? It's a recreation centre, so what recreation services does it have? It fails to tell us what utilisation these facilities are already running at. We know in the case of our town hall, 20,000 people a year are using it, and it's running pre-COVID at over 80% utilisation. No acknowledgement of that is in this plan. Outside of the Te Ao Māori goals, none of the objectives, goals or performance of the facilities are measurable in the plan. It is a qualified statements only plan. So how can we know what facilities we're going to get from this plan? I put it to you, we can't. It's based on incorrect data. Principally, that Onslow is over-provided for when it is not. Wadestown is not a part of Onslow, any more than Blenheim is a part of Wellington. There is no direct transport link between Onslow and Wadestown. Wadestown is more associated with suburbs to the south. Our town hall is not just a single hall. It has all the things the plan's looking for in terms of hospitality and multiple spaces. I've already told you how well it's performing. Thirdly, Onslow is not a low-growth area. Under the district plan, we will add 19,000 homes to the broader Onslow area along the Johnsonville railway line, on top of 35,000 homes that are already feasible under the current district plan. So Onslow is a place of growth. On the other hand, the city is not a city that's going to grow by 50 to 80,000. Statistics New Zealand revised its goals, its targets to 26,000. That's nowhere near 50,000 to 80,000. Put those two things together, and this plan is putting all the Onslow facilities under threat, because the other thing is they've not been maintained. If this is a buildings facility plan, it ought to say what the standards for maintenance of the facilities are, but it doesn't. Our town hall is covered in mould. It's not maintained on a yearly basis the way it should be. But on a more positive note, we have proposed in our submission that actually the Onslow facilities can be integrated using 21st century solutions to managing them so that they act more like a hub in the way that you desire. We can cross-leverage the benefits of the library, the community spaces that are used for all sorts of amenities and services. I mean, I can't think how many different types of taekwondo, karate and other things happening in our local community centre. They're just not run by the council, but they're run by the community. And the Cornerstone Trust has done a marvellous job, quite frankly, of running that town hall. And if it's integrated properly with the council management and empowered with the right processes and information systems, then the people of Onslow will know they've got a really great set of amenities. And that's what we want to keep. But as it is written, the plan threatens to close them all. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Thank you so much, I think, for taking the time and doing your submission. We don't have much time for question, but we really appreciate your presence today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like you to appreciate it more in future and give a community association the hearing that it deserves. By the way, I've stuck my hand to the lectern, and I'll be here for the rest of the day. Oh, glue doesn't seem to have worked. You're lucky.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And just to be fair, we got for all the resident associations and individuals, we got only 5 minutes for all. So we're doing on fair basis, just to make that one clear. And the next one is we got Kate Parker. And children, yep. Cool. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
You boys just sit in the media section just here, guys. Or you could sit up there, maybe. So, morena tātou. Ko Kate Parker toku ingoa. I'm a Nio Khandallah resident of 10 years where my husband and I have been raising our 3 children. I'm at a life stage that is incredibly busy, managing kids' sports, a demanding work life, and fitting in my own fitness and well-being. The fact that you have me here today is a sign of how passionate and important our community facilities are. My written submission was a bit of a back-of-the-envelope job, but I stand by it. I have sat on the other side where you are now and listened to submissions, and I've heard hearings. The individual stories are so vital when you are in a decision-making position, especially on something as important as well-being. My eldest son was going to be here today to present, but he is away playing football in Tauranga for St Patrick's College. He, like myself and his brothers, are incredibly passionate about sporting facilities in our area in Wellington. But I have my other sons here, Will and Finn, who are very regular users of Newtown Turf and Newtown Rec Centre, and if you've got any questions, if we have time at the end, they would be happy to take some. In terms of my background and experience, I'm a town planner with over 25 years' experience in local and central government roles. I'm currently working for the New Zealand Defence Force in the Defence Estate Strategic Planning Team, and I'm a principal strategist. So I am very familiar with the challenges of infrastructure planning, infrastructure nearing end of life, and management of that. When I picked up the draft community facilities plan, in all honesty, it was a muddle for me, and it had me doubting my own abilities as a planner. I was confused about whether it was a strategy acting as a plan or a plan trying to become a strategy. And I'm not going to get into the semantics of the two, but what I did think is that your problem statement The problem statement many of us have when we're working in government around how we deal with ageing infrastructure nearing end of life in uncertain climate and funding environments, it is just not well articulated enough. To me, the plan was trying to do too much. There's the articulation on the wellbeing side, how community facilities play such an important role in the fabric of our lives. But then there is a clear planning and pathway forward and how to do these things and the actions. And I didn't see a mesh between the two. It just didn't gel. I don't think the approach outlined and the criteria identified, and in particular, the functional facility factors, are going to help you deliver an implementation in an implementation or action sense. There seems to be a real gap, whether this is true or not, but this is my observation, in data, evidence, generally being information-led. I could not see any evidence within that document. How can you make good decisions if you don't have the information on what is really happening out there in front of you? This is probably the bit that worries me the most, and you need to do more work on this in a quantitative sense and a qualitative sense. So I've got 2 minutes left. So in terms of the qualitative sense, we can just provide some really quick anecdotes around our use of Thorndon Pool, Khandallah Pool and Newtown Rec Centre. Thorndon Pool is one of my favourite places in all of Wellington. I've been swimming there since I moved to Wellington 15 years ago. I love the history of the pool, the cross-section of society that goes there, the vibe, the older ladies that I get to know on a name-by-name basis by the end of the summer, because we're all they're doing their jogging and I'm doing my swimming. And it's one of those facilities that makes Wellington incredibly special, and I worry that you might not get a sense of some of that sitting where you are now. Really quickly, just in terms of Khandallah Pool and Newtown Rec Centre, William will be heading off to intermediate next year, and he'll probably be getting more independent. So he'll be working on what we call the triangle, and it's a triangle between the dairy, Newtown Park, Khandallah Pool, and when they get a little bit more independent, it will include a bit of Johnsonville on the train line. And they operate in this summer triangle, and it's about how they grow, how they get more independence, using these facilities that are so important. So I think I'm out of time. So I invite you all to go and spend a Friday evening down at Newtown Rec Centre to watch the basketball, to give you a true sense of how these facilities operate and how important they are to our community and our children. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Okay, thank you. Our next guest is speaker is on Zoom, Simon Mandel Johnson.
Kia ora koutou, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Good morning. And my apologies for not being there in person today. I'm a new father as of 2 weeks ago, and so not getting out of the house very much at the moment. But thank you for the opportunity to come on Zoom and to speak. I'd like to pick up, actually, I thought the previous speaker said something very important about the lack of evidence in the plan. And that's really, that underpinned, I think, one of the 2 points I wanted to make to you. I just wanted to acknowledge her point there and to tautoko that and to recognise that as something I would share from what I have to say. Before I go any further, I'd say broadly, I thought the plan was quite interesting and quite useful. I thought the prioritisation criteria in particular on page 52 were basically sensible. And I could see the approach you're trying to follow. I do recognise the challenges that you're experiencing, trying to fit in growing demand and finite budgets. That said, I had 2 particular points I wanted to make to you today in terms of things that I would want to change from the draft. My first point is around libraries. In particular, I referred here to page 56, 57, but my comment would be that I found that section both to be unevidenced, in that it made some very prescriptive statements without any supporting evidence as to why they are the case. And secondly, I found it overly focused on the ideal state rather than recognising what might be a good enough state. In particular, there are two specific comments that I strongly objected to. It stated that there should be no more than 10 community libraries. And it also said that there should be a minimum of 700 square metres worth of space. Both of those statements had no evidence beside them. And even if they did, I think including them in this plan here undermines the purpose of what you're trying to do. You're trying here, as I saw it, to set up some evaluation criteria to test options for the future. And especially in the no more than 10 statement, you've set up what you want to happen, i.e. close down some libraries. I think the review that the section is promising is a sensible idea. I've got no objection to that. But by including those two statements, no more than 10 and 700 square metres, you risk prefiguring the outcome of the review. I'd strongly encourage you to take those out. And I'd encourage you to revise that section to make sure that everything you're saying is evidenced and has a rationale underneath it. My other point is a more general one, and I talked to page 52, but it goes through the document. I thought your prioritisation criteria that you had were basically sensible. I didn't have anything that I disliked about any of them. They're all worthwhile things to consider. I would add one specific criteria, which I think is really important. I'd add a criteria which recognises the loss of an amenity if it is to be taken away. At the moment, these are you have an existing network. You have communities which have built up practices around in particular spaces, like our previous speaker just illustrated. And your criteria, as you have them, risk taking some of those away. That might not, at the end, be such a bad thing. You might need to close some things down. But when you do your evaluation and when you set up your criteria, you should explicitly recognise the implications of loss on individual communities and weigh that loss as part of the wider considerations. I don't think that's a big change. I think it's an additional criteria, and it would sit alongside the existing ones you've got. And I think that could get you to a more robust answer and will save me coming back in 6 months' time complaining about when you try and close down my library.
Cool. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Cool. It seems very clear, so thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Yes, congratulations. Next is Alex Colbrook. You've got 5 minutes, Alex. The floor is yours.
Good morning, people. I'm talking specifically about, in reference to this big plan here, I'm speaking specifically about saunas and water fountains at the swimming pools. Pools produce 40% of the admissions for the whole of Wellington City Council operations, but also attract 860,000 visits a year. So the use of pool facilities is important for many, and the careful use of these resources is also important. Personal health and fitness is essential to people. I regularly access these resources, I regularly access these facilities, and I use saunas and swims as a therapeutic, social, and happiness generator. I always leave content. Today I'm giving you an example of a very small matter, and this is how management attitudes reflect staff procedures. I have continuously requested management, parks and recreation to create a consistent cleaning schedule for saunas. By way of example, the water fountains are never cleaned regularly, nor the saunas. Management firmly believe they are because their procedures tell them so. The following refers to the floors on saunas, not on what we sit at saunas, not the sauna boards. Underneath the sitting areas in saunas, sweat, refuse and bodily debris fall to the floor. This human debris increases over many months. The result is not necessarily an environmental health hazard. However, the customers do not need to sit and breathe this time bomb. With the new sauna at Freiburg, April 2023, the council has spent a significant amount of money to renovate. yet the build-up of debris underneath is consistent with non-cleaning from the date of opening. Also, unfortunately, this sauna is not hot enough, and everyone complains. A sauna should bring a sweat within 20 minutes. Staff and management are uncontactable. Let me point you to 2.1 here, the provider that respects and cares for me. My suggestion, my humble suggestion, contract out all spa, saunas, steam rooms and water fountains to an independent contractor. All communication from the public will be directed to the above. Strict cleaning, repair schedules and communication response times will be at the focus of the contract delivery. The above will minimise job requirements for staff so they can focus on safety. And 4.1, a collaborative customer service. The social facilities throughout Wellington need to consolidate in a consistent manner, where the users are leaving happy and the staff are content. Pools and saunas can be seen as a very small micro example for community facilities and how we plan for a vibrant Wellington. That is all. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. And any questions, Councillor Rondon?
Yes, you suggested using contractors to help. I mean, do you think that will give more definitive service and
completely.
costs on that?
Yes.
Is that the reason you're recommending that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I've analysed it for quite some time.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. More questions if you want to answer, you got a time. So, yeah, Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you, Alex, and I think you've raised a point which we need to be concerned about.
Yeah.
You mentioned staff are uncontactable. Can you just outline the process that you've been through to try and raise these concerns previously?
I'll be blunt. There are managers and ghosts at Wellington City Council facilities and pools. They don't exist. Uncontactable. You cannot even raise complaints, and staff. They're just unempowered. There's no managerial control there, and I've seen it in organisations. I've worked in organisations where you have systems which are inadequate when people have essentially boring, repetitive jobs, and you've got to effectively manage these people. And if you're going to spend $64 million on community facilities, you've got to make people happy, and part of that happiness in this environment, the leisure environment, the fitness environment, is to make.
Okay, so you're saying that the process needs to be a lot clearer and more effective when you need to raise an issue.
Let me put it this way: I had an issue yesterday whilst in the sauna, where a duty manager opened up the door and continued to open up the door and let air out to punish someone. So I asked him to close it, and he kept the door open, and he refused to close it. Okay, so I've actually had to file a complaint to the council assurance about that. So that's an example of someone trying to relax and enjoy the sorts of experience where people aren't managed effectively.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, the time is over now. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. Just to touch base on that, I think in the future for the community, the general process that we have is if you send it through, no one is following up, you can just follow up with your local councillor where they can escalate it. And just as a suggestion, but there would be, we can also see, we can take note of how we can improve in the future. Yep, okay, thank you so much. Anyway, thank you. And next is Steve Kongstroff. Yep, thank you.
Back in December 1993, we bought our little house in Newtown. Wonderful investment it's been. And here we go, lovely experience. Next month, December 1994, the council built a playground across the road for us. Our tamariki were 5 and 7 at the time, and it was wonderful. I come home from holiday program in January, and each time there's something new to play on. And so we've grown up with that. It's been great. And more recently, one of those same tamariki had a little toddler, and I said to the council, we need a toddler area. And, well, it happened. We now have a new playground with a toddler area. And we are so incredibly grateful. It is wonderful. And I want to thank you, the council, for enabling these things to happen. It's really cool. And you can see some examples I provided of activities. And look at that beautiful little girl riding on this. Oh, that's my granddaughter. I hadn't realised. And so our park is well used. Variety of the top two photos on the right show a variety of activities that are available there. It's the only space in Newtown that has that very broad, unallocated play area, general play area, and I don't even know what that green thing is, but apparently someone is playing with it. And it's a great facility. Unfortunately, you then come down to the picture at the bottom right, which are the toilets. And this is not helpful. So it just seems surprising that the nearest toilet's at best a 5-minute walk away, but probably for a lot of our park, a lot of those people in those pictures, it's going to be a lot more than that. It's a long way away. Our little kids often go behind those trees or in the bushes, which is not appropriate. It's not something older. The rangatahi just go home and don't get to enjoy that amenity. And we do get a lot of rangatahi there in the evenings, and that people enjoy that park. It's wonderful. And the barbecues, they're great. And we're really grateful. Shame about the developers didn't pay for them, but that's another issue. What else did I want to say? Things are doing well. Newtown's been booming. We've got some great ideas. Got a few thoughts about buildings, but that's another meeting. But there's one thing that's missing. We have this lovely play area, our one large play area, which, according to a recent survey publicised in our Wellington booklet and in stuff, it is the playground that has everything. To quote surveyors who went round every park, 115 was it, parks in the city. It's got everything, but they only stayed 7 minutes in each one. They didn't need to whalepaku. And that's the thing it doesn't have. We've been asking for this for a long, long time, and I'd like it added to Section 7 of the plan. I would also like to support the comments of Kate and her tamariki earlier regarding some of the limitations of the plan. It's a difficult area to, looking through the submissions, you see the vast range of issues people are bringing up. In Newtown, we're relatively happy compared to some of these others. But I also found accessibility of this particular document as a challenge, just trying to get hold of a copy of it. When you do find it, the link provided to that particular document expires after about 30 minutes, which made life difficult. You can't email it to anybody. I found this out by putting it into a Facebook post, and someone said, it doesn't work. Oh yeah, it doesn't, does it? So I don't know what happened there, but I do strongly recommend you find out and don't use that particular method again. But so in general, things are great. We can see this plan is the best you can manage, but we do ask, please, to consider adding toilets in Kōrau Park to Section 7 of the short-term objectives.
Cool, thank you so much. If you can make a quick question, Councillor Chang. You don't have to.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just confirm that's Kōrau Park, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So who have you actually requested installing toilets from?
Our resident association has a presentation later today, and I'm sure they could come up with a very long list. We've been doing this since the park was first built 30 years ago now. But through the various council committees and local councillors and others.
Okay, I'll suggest that maybe you contact your ward councillors and then they would drive that for you.
They're both here and they're well aware of this issue.
Great, thank you. And yeah, and I'm actually very impressed with Kōrau Park.
Thank you. It's a lovely park.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor. We really appreciate your time. And Councillor Chang, we following up, and the petition is already out there, and at some stage the paper will come, and we will see who get a support. Cool. Thank you so much. And next is Simon will be, not Simon, it's going to be Roger Tweedy. Roger, is he online? Is Simon? No. Cool. Roger, you got 5 minutes. Okay.
Kia ora tātou from sunny Hataitai. I thought it was probably useful because most of the councillors, I've out-survived them. So just to give a little background, I've been around the Wellington community for 40 years. I think the first fight I got involved in was establishing the Nio Library. So that was probably with the young Fran Wild at the time. So I have been around. And I was thinking as I went through the plan, I've probably visited or been involved with 80% of the facilities in Wellington. My mandate, my interest is community leadership, and I have really been involved over that time, one of the founders of Volunteer Wellington, and very heavy into community-led development initiatives. So yeah, at some stage the City Council asked me to come and work for them. So I had 7 wonderful years working in the community and engagement, and found that a very rewarding time. But I've always got a few critiques to make and a couple of things that hit me from this. You've got a wonderful strategy, social services strategy. I've been promoting it around other councils as a great model, which talks about council's best role in things. And that's the area I wanted to quickly talk about, is council's role, in my view, is to build facilities. And that's going to be a challenge, as a lot of them are not fit for purpose. But council's role necessarily isn't to run them. And I think that's the area where I'm particularly interested in a different approach. Community centres are one that I've had very much involvement with. Some of them are run by council, some of them are run by the community, some of them are merged. There's a whole lot of models out there, but nobody seems to evaluate which is the best way to go. I strongly believe community can manage it themselves better than what council do. Things like pools, I think, despite of what the man said earlier, are things that probably council should run, but a lot of the facilities don't need to be run by council. But in saying that, I strongly believe that communities are not the answer to everything, and they need help. So a lot of the community centres, as an example, have governance that needs help and needs work. So there's a difference between council helping them be more efficient and council running them. So my strong belief is wherever we can, that we have council running the facilities across, the public running the facilities across the city for the needs of the community. In the great Maori proverb, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It's really not so much about the buildings, it's what people do in them and how they run that's my interest. So happy to answer any questions.
Cool. Thank you, Roger. Any question, councillors? Councillor Chang?
Thanks very much for that. When you're talking about the community running these facilities, are you talking about an employed people, or are you talking about volunteers, or are you talking about the residents associations, or a mixture of all of these?
Mixture of all of these, and it's not just community centres. I'm not totally au fait, but in Auckland, I think the YMCA runs a lot of the recreation facilities. The gentleman before said, should be run commercially. I'm not a great fan for that, but it would be run by community-led, community, whether it's the Residents Association, whether it's a group of users of the centres. But yeah, it's run independently, and those people can then apply for grants and apply for money. It's not then totally a council thing to run it.
Thanks very much. We're actually doing that now, and if you take the Cornerstone Trust, for example, they look after the facilities, the council facilities in Khandallah. So are you suggesting that we should actually have more of these groups doing the other facilities?
I think the Cornerstone Trust, and I happen to know a little bit about them, is, like a lot of us, struggled. In fact, they're advertising recently for more people to go on the governance group. So I don't think it's all ideal, but what I'm saying is there's some great models. Newtown Community Centre would be one of the better ones. The way it's run in Mount Vic, with not even having a building, but having a community activator. There's a whole lot of models out there. But generally, in my experience of probably 20 of the community centres, they have issues of governance and issues of the capability of people to run them.
Cool. Thank you, Roger. I got one question. In your submission, you said that branding of community centres, and you also spoke about support for bid and resident association. The support you're talking about was just like, I think, empowering and the training. Could you please touch base a bit on that?
Yeah, the example I gave in the submission was Portland, Oregon, where I went to a few years back. And they have a small unit, probably only 4 or 5 people, that operates an office for neighbourhoods. And they just help people with recruiting board, with planning, with comms and other things. So it's council funded and run, but it's not run to do it for them. It's to enable them to do it better. And that could apply to a bid as equally as we talked about last week.
Thank you for your time, and we really appreciate it. And next is...
Thank you.
Simon, you got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Simon. I've come from nowhere, and I'll go back there in 5 minutes. I'm a motor mechanic. I've never made a submission to anybody in my life before, and I'm terrified. I want to speak in support of community pools. The problems we're having at the pool is so damn bad that I brought them here. Mostly because I read the plan and it doesn't solve them. I don't see anything in there that's going to fix the things that are happening to us. I want to create a ridiculous picture in your mind. If Simon and Tori decide we want to go for a swim, that's okay. But if Simon, Terry and Tori decide to go for a swim, that's a group. And we get thrown out of the pool. We get kicked out. It's humiliating. It's ignominious. It's frustrating. And then we send emails that threaten us and tell us if we swim as a group, we'll be banned. This is not fiction. I can give them to you. I'm cajoled into giving up the names of my associates who participated in this crime, this menage a trois at the pool. I'm supposed to give up their personal contact details. To add insult to injury, I'm told that I can hire a lane. But at the same time, as the council officials started waging war on these groups of 3 who dominate and destroy the pool, and we don't. At the same time, they made a rule that said you can't hire a lane unless you got more than 6 people. So if you got 3, 4 or 5, or one of your mates is sick, you're buggered. You know, am I swimming in Wellington, my Wellington, the city I'm proud of, or am I swimming in Moscow? people that do these things to us, they're not minnows. They're in the room. They're contributing authors to this community funding plan. But how can you relate the two? How can you relate that experience to the supposed goals of this plan? I don't know. I don't know, but my concern is that if it's happening and it's those people that are doing it, then it can't be a very good plan, or there has to be a hole in it, or it's something just completely wrong. We asked for help, and we involved a councilman, and we were hauled in, and we were really hauled in. It was frightening for my friend, and we were bullied. And because he has dependencies on the pool, we decided, no, it's just not worth it. There are a lot of people who are unhappy about how community pools are run, and they're afraid to speak. They're too wary of what's going to happen. The treatment we get leads me to suspect that if we actually did raise our head above the parapets, reprisals would be sure to come. My friend is vulnerable, and I talked to him about this. I said, should I even come today? Things are really bad, he said. Things are really bad. I think if I do nothing, I'm stuffed anyway, so give it a go. And here I am. I stand before you. Now, I'm not one to stand by and while bullies beat a migrant child at a bus stop. That's not my Wellington, and I won't have it. And so one day in February while I was swimming, I saw this man across the pool who I barely knew. I didn't know him at all. And I saw him being treated really poorly, terribly. I'm not exaggerating. You can read the emails if you want. So afterwards I asked him if he was okay. And he wasn't, so we knocked on the front door of council and we asked nicely, so what's all this about? If swimming in a group of 3 is a crime, I suspect you'll all be familiar with the notion of a personal trainer at a gym. Helpful folk. They put away weights, they stop stray waste from injuring themselves, and they eke out a modest living by assisting people like me. And I'm not alone. I can't use a gym. I have to use a pool for my health. They assist people like me to get safe, quality exercise that I need to live a productive life.
Thank you. And if you can just sum it up. On the 4th of May, my friend Ben was banned from the pool, thrown out. He's a personal trainer. We went to council and I said, this is harsh. They threw them all out. Council had. I said, this is harsh. I said, what about their families? What about the contracts that have rolled over and your legal responsibilities? What about all the people like me who they add value to? Nothing worked, and after 40 minutes I realised I had nothing left to do. So I begged. I begged for this man that I barely know. Begged for him. Yep. And the worst of it is it bloody worked. It's what they wanted. So he's on a temporary reprieve at the moment, and he's been that way for 6 months, and people say they're going to give him a contract. Well, I don't believe it. I don't believe it, and I think this plan's going to be used to stitch them up, and it does nothing. Thank you, Simon. So what we do is James will follow up on this, and he will investigate, and we will find out what's happening there. But thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, bringing this issue to us, and thank you. What's next? Carol? Maybe. Yeah. I think maybe we'll go for a break and come back. Yep. Thank you. We will be back 10:55.
18 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Be seated. Good. Cool. Thank you. The oral submission for the community facility plan will continue. Next is Carol Stingley and Paul. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Ata Māori, everyone. Good morning. I have only just got a voice, but my husband is at home with no voice, so it's just me. I wanted really to make 2 points. You have our 2-page submission. First point is that the work you've created is a vast, huge map of the facilities that you've got. And that in itself is well worth having. It's probably, I think, the first time you have ever got every pool, every building, every Girl Guide hut, everything in one place. So hats off to you for that. It doesn't, as others have indicated, tell you anything much about the nature of the activities that are in demand or what the future demand is or what the current usage is. So I think a second document, a second major piece of work. I liked Kate's point about looking at the qualitative and quantitative data of what's happening before you start any action. The second point I bring as my main reason for being here is to make it very clear to the council how highly valued the town hall in Khandallah and the library in Khandallah are valued by the community. They are both regarded as treasures, taonga. They are both together represent the DNA of Khandallah. They are the beating heart, to be mixing up my metaphors. They are both visible, lively, they're on our street, they're in our village, they're part of our precinct. I notice you're fond of the word co-precinct, and we sure are it. The hall is a multi-purpose venue which you yourselves put 1.2 million into refurbishing, built in 1912, so it does come under your category of old. We can celebrate that because it is now a modern purpose-led building made up for the community from what was a very tired facility, so we are a model. The community put in, at the time, I'm talking 11 years ago, $500,000, a lot of work. I was on the board and the committee at the time that helped with the renewal and the refurbishment and the launch party and the balls and all the fundraising, and we had a wonderful time doing it. I am an active user and a casual user. The hall is very busy. If you want to book it for something, as I think even your council officers will tell you, you have to really work at it. I use it, a permanent user 3 times a week for Pilates and yoga. For casual user, the last few times in the last 3 weeks I've been into the hall have been for a fashion parade to raise money for Save the Children, for a choral concert by the Northern Kōrau in the Western Ward, and for a ballet class. I was having a look to see whether my ballet dancing granddaughter might shift from Thorndon into the hall. It's not a Monday to Friday place, it's a 7-day-a-week place. On Sunday, you get the Pacifica Church making the most glorious music and using all our facilities. It is accessible toilet, accessible access, it has a lift. The only thing it doesn't have, and this is part of a broader question which I'll come back to, is one fully soundproofed room. The hall is obviously where exercises, dances, parties, funerals, etc. happen. Downstairs is a small room which is not fully insulated from the hall. You can occasionally get a little bit of feedback, but the Morrison Lounge upstairs really needs to be soundproofed so that that space can be hired out to semi-business groups like the Khandallah Business Association, etc. It's not as usable as we would like it to be, and I think you would like it to be. You talk in the document about the vibrant communities that you're looking for, resilient communities. You want facilities that are functional, maintained well, and used well. Well, ours is certainly functional. It's used well. It's not as well maintained as it should be. And I echo what Lawrence Collingbourne had to say on that. We wait months for significant lighting failures to be fixed or something to be fixed. It's your asset. You need to maintain your investment in your asset.
Sorry, Carol, your time is up. If you can sum it up, thank you.
One statement on the library. It is small, iconic, valued. It's a wonderful place. We don't need bells and whistles and banks of computers and video rooms. We want books. We want places for the children to look at their books, get their books. It is highly valued. We have just celebrated its 70th birthday last Thursday night. So I close on that point. The most of your 5 precepts, te akitanga, I think is the most important. Nurture the facilities you have got before you start finding and filling the gaps, which I don't deny are needed.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate for your time.
Gift for each of you. A special gift for each of you.
Brilliant. You can live there, and thank you for your time. And next is Catherine Underwood. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, everybody. Today I'm submitting my oral submission as me, myself, I. I'd like to thank the Council for its support of the community facilities in Wellington. I think there's some good things happen. I did find the survey a little bit highbrow with words and ideals, which in my experience mean very little when it comes to actions. And by the time the detail is explained, it's too late to reverse. Maybe this committee will be different. I'm a long-term resident of Brooklyn, over 30 years, and we have a fantastic community centre. It's unusual in that the community own the building, but the council own the land. Having said that, Brooklyn Community Centre was the first one, and it's used as a template for the others in Wellington. It was disheartening recently to see that another part of the council took it upon themselves to rezone the Brooklyn Community Centre land as medium density housing in the recent district plan. Because the land didn't fit the newly defined open space criteria, as I understand it, because it has no playing field and is close to a centre zone, it had to be rezoned. How this approach fits in with the Council's future plan to prioritise functional, well-maintained and well-used facilities, I'm not quite sure. The proximity to a centre zone is exactly why the Brooklyn Community Centre is important. It's easy to get to and is right next to a bus hub. It's probably the most accessible community facility in Brooklyn, notwithstanding the library. And big isn't necessarily better. I don't believe that there's anything wrong with the Brooklyn Library as it is, and in my view, one size fits nobody, and I echo what Carol just said about the Khandallah Library. We're not a huge village, and we fought to have it strengthened and retained as it is, with some council housing on top, and there are plenty of rooms to hire in Brooklyn if one is needed. The Brooklyn Library truly is a diamond. The review talks a lot about accessibility, which has been quite important to me recently, being post-op, but it's not mandatory. Accessibility should be a category with a specific deliverable outcome, not a nice to have. And finally, imagine my surprise when I read that the council is rich enough to look at relocating the Kōrau pool because the current location isn't visible enough. Thank you. Kōrau. Sorry, questions?
Sorry, I'm not sure about that one. We will just check with officers. But however, we got a question from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Kathy. Just appreciate that you always do quite detailed input when you come to our submissions. So I guess my read of the plan is that it's setting out a pretty neutral criteria that's trying not to bias, Johnsonville over Miramar or anything along those lines. Would you share your perspective on how you found that plan? Do you think it tends to favour areas? Do you think it's quite a fair framework?
I mainly focused on the impact on Brooklyn because that's where I live. And I feel that the other centres are fair enough to bring their own points forward. But as I said in the very beginning, I think the council does do some great support of community centres, and we in Brooklyn are a little bit unusual in that we own the building. I think Johnsonville also own the building. And I'm not my own personal bias is that Brooklyn's not treated completely fairly.
Cool.
Anyone else? Oh.
Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much, Katie. I'm just wondering, did you receive any notice from the council regarding the rezoning of the Brooklyn Community Centre at all?
I personally didn't. Somebody noticed it afterwards, and we have had some correspondence with my other hat on, and we're basically told that once this passed, we could look at reviewing it. But I think as a community centre, it's actually really important to be a community centre. It's accessible, it's close, it's really well used and well managed. And no, we didn't.
Cool.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. And officers are following up with that one, Katie, as you know, from a long time ago. And at some stage, we will revisit it. Next on line is Barbara McKenzie. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. I was at the anniversary of the Khandallah Library last week, so it was quite. And 70 years ago, locals in Khandallah put a lot of work into raising signatures and to push for a library in their area. So it's quite ironic for the council now to be looking at cancelling it. Libraries and swimming pools are important for well-being and especially for children. Maybe not especially for children, but including children. We need more of them, not fewer. And I remember when I've lived in Wellington since I was 12, and I remember how great it was living in Kōrau and being able to walk to the local swimming pool and a bit more of a hike to the local library. And then when I had children in Hataitai, we were able to walk down to the school pool in the weekends, and I sometimes drive them over to the Khandallah pool because it also had a lovely park. Okay, so, but to be able to walk to facilities like that, and this talk about catchment area. And catchment area, this sort of catchment area for a local library is not the same as the city's Olympic pool or even sports grounds where people assume they're going to carpool or, whatever. And we're supposed to be encouraging people to walk and cycle. And I walk and cycle all the time. But I'm not going to cycle, especially down to Johnsonville on a stink night. I'm going to drive, and so this is all conducive to more driving or people staying home, and I think you people should have your timing's all wrong. You should have got us into the tower blocks in the 15-minute city, taken to our cars, and then closed our facilities.
Cool. Thank you. We really appreciate your time, like anyone else. And any question, Councillor Carvett?
Thank you, Barbara, for coming in. What did you think about the facilities plan where it combined facilities between Khandallah, Nio and Wadestown? Did you think that was a logical grouping?
It takes ages to get to Wadestown from Khandallah. Have you ever done it?
Yep, I have.
A bit close as the crow flies.
Yeah.
That's okay, you're driving.
Yeah, you can't catch a bus.
You're driving. Well, can you?
Well, no, there's no direct bus, is there?
No.
Oh.
And also, not everybody's close to a bus stop in a southerly. And even Nio. And Nio in Johnsonville, for example, I might cycle. I might cycle on a good day. I'm probably not going to walk, being too lazy. I just don't think it works. And you want to encourage people. You want to encourage old people like me to stay active and to walk to the library often. And you want to encourage, children to use these facilities. And I just don't think it's going to work like that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll give a next chance to Councillor Chang, but before that, I want to make sure everyone understands that there is no proposal of closing any centres at this stage. If it happens, it will follow with consultations. So next is yours, Chang.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Just do you think that we're better off to have multi-function facilities, for example, the Johnsonville Library complex, where you can do lots of different things and you can have people of all ages participating in things there? Or do you think that we're better off with single-use places like the Khandallah Library, where it is primarily a library and not a gathering place? So what's your opinion of?
Why can't you have both? I mean, you can have the bigger libraries, and as it's been pointed out, the Khandallah Library is small and fit for purpose. And if you want, say, secondary school kids who using public transport a lot, if you want them, I don't know, to have a bank of computers or whatever, then they can go to bigger libraries. Newtown's quite a big library too, and to Johnsonville, and Khandallah Library can be left as it is.
Cool. Thank you. We appreciate your time again. And next is Lynn Cadenhead.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's great that the review has been done. The reason I decided to give an oral submission is the report I found extremely annoying because it kept saying the community wants and Wellingtonians want, rather than saying this percentage of the people who answered the questionnaire want. And it was way too general in saying Wellingtonians want. And I don't think I wanted any of the stuff that Wellingtonians wanted. And you councillors are making a decision on that, and you don't want to have to keep cross-referencing back to the other document, which I also looked at. So it was sufficiently annoying by the time I got to the end of it that I thought I need to talk about this. So a few other quick points. Accessibility needs to include within walking distance. Not all people can afford cars or taxis or Ubers. Not all people with disabilities can catch trains. And the proposed district plan is working toward providing services close to where people live so they can use active transport. Quick comment on hubs. Hubs can be fine, it depends on layout, but they can also be very unsafe. I went to the Walter Nash one recently. Because of the shape and the netball courts and things, the corridors are really long and they're really quite unsafe. You've got to get, depending on which entrance you go through, there's a security person at one end. The other end, you've got to pass all these netball courts with all these signs saying, cameras operating, do not lurk in corridors. Try the new hub in Levin. I went through there once from the main street, never again. And it's a new building. So hubs can be good, but there's problems. There's also problems with getting everyone to go to one spot, especially if they drive, or the car parking. So put the minuses as well as the pluses with hubs. I think the Johnsonville one works quite well because that corridor from one entrance to the other is relatively short, but it has a security guard. Watch these catchments. The Khandallah catchment, where I live, needed to be connected with Johnsonville firstly. That's the main place that people go if they're not using Khandallah. They don't go to Wadestown. Small libraries can be absolutely fine. They can provide a baseline services like the Khandallah Library. If they need to run an event, there is a hall across the road. It needs a paragraph or more information on embedded carbon. If you're having hubs and bigger facilities, you need to include the travel of people getting to these places compared to putting more local, smaller centres. I very much agree with looking at non-building options and getting the most out of buildings. Another thing that's very annoying is statements like a minimum size of a library needs to be 700 square metres without a link to all the background documentation. You know, if you're going to make bold statements, you need to back them up. And that will do.
Cool. Any questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Lynn. We've had some earlier presenters, which you may not have heard, but talking about how they thought the plan should have a lot more qualitative and quantitative data in it, and to enable a more evidence-based decision-making and thinking about the functions rather than just the form. I'm just wondering, knowing your background, whether you've got any views on that?
I think someone mentioned just recently you need another document because that function is a way that the council staff think. Like I said to the librarian in Khandallah Library, you know, people seem to want more events, but, you know, why don't you go across the road to the town hall? And she looked at me like I'd suggested that I was, you know, thinking of, you know, something on Mars. You know, it really is just across the road. So it is a way of thinking. Actually, another neighbour said, well, if something's underutilised, like our local sports facility, has the council done any marketing? Do people actually know what's there and what they can use? You know, if you're a business, that's the first thing you'd do. If your thing was underutilised, you'd do a bit of marketing. You know, what else could be done? And you definitely need to think of reuse and before you start doing anything dramatic.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, and really appreciate your time again. And next is Jim Lewis.
It's my first time on this side of the mic. I'm usually, so. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Ki te hia tuku mihi ki ngā mana whenua o te rohe nehe. I whanau mai o I ngā motu I tipu ake o e ototahi ki te whanganui a tara toku patamanawa. Ko Jim toku ingoa, ko Hapa a mawa tamaiti. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name's Jim. I used to work here, so I know quite a few of you. This is Hapa. She is an active user of community facilities, so that's why I brought her along here to help submit. We're here today to talk about our support of this plan. We like the fact that it takes a holistic view across the city and its facilities. We live in the northern suburbs, and I suppose we're a little bit spoilt for choice in facilities that we use. Our home in Newlands is around the corner from the Newlands Community Centre, which we hired out for Hapa's first birthday last year, and it was really a really cool time. We also have the brilliant Pukehuia Park and play area where Hapa gets to play on the swings and slides quite a bit. And what we don't have in Newlands, we have just over the hill, a short distance away in Johnsonville. In particular, the amazing facilities at Wai Toho Hub, which is pretty much a one-stop shop for us. We take Hapa swimming, and then she can get some books out from the library, and after that, she can have a fluffy at the cafe. Harper's here because she's a very keen swimmer. She loves swimming. She goes swimming lessons every Saturday, but unfortunately we were unable to get into the Johnsonville pool because the waiting list was too long. But luckily, as I said, the northern suburbs are sport, and there's another pool in Tawa. So we go to Tawa every Saturday morning for her to do her swimming. It's a bit dated compared to Johnsonville, but it's still a brilliant facility. We're lucky that we have a car and we can get from our house in Newlands to Tawa because there's no direct transport link there. However, last year, and we are very aware that not everyone has that luxury of having a car. Last year, we were without a car for a couple of months, and we had to take the bus from Newlands into town and then a train from town to Tawa to get to the pool, which turned what's usually a 1.5 hour round trip, including swimming, and into an almost 4 hour trip. So it was, swimming instructors at Tawa are incredible, and we love the facilities there. Harper loves swimming, even if it means she has to get a fluffy from another cafe. A plan like this, which protects and views community facilities in the lens of the community, is wonderful, and we really support it. This is your target audience right here, Harper and her sister, who's due in November. They're your future ratepayers, participants, and constituents. Protecting facilities for future generations like Harper is critical. One last thing before, one last thing we're keen to talk about is public toilets. The council here has a really great facilities on its website where they offer a map of public toilets. It's brilliant. One thing it doesn't have is changing tables, a map of where changing tables are. Sometimes Harper gets caught short and we have to go and change her. It would be fantastic if we could see that map updated to include changing tables and parents' facilities. So that's pretty much all we've got to say.
Thank you, Jim. There is a question from Councillor McNulty.
Hey, kia ora, Jim. Thanks for coming in. It seems like we live pretty similar lives. Jim Jam on the rec centres on Saturday and Sunday is another good one as they get older. Anyway, question. In the community facilities plan, there is a little bit of reference to the northern suburbs being oversupplied as far as community centres go. You've got Johnsonville, Newlands, Churton Park and Tawa. You obviously said you hired out Newlands for your birthday, so for first birthday. So do you have a bit of commentary around how those facilities differ from each other?
I've only used the Newlands ones, I said, and it was a brilliant facility that we were able to hire out at a cost. I don't know how the other ones compare to it, but the northern suburbs are quite a large area. I mean, it does go from sort of Johnsonville, Newlands, all the way up to Tawa, and there's Churton Park and those places in between. So I can't really compare it to other facilities. We did hire out the Tawa Plunket for Harper's birthday this year. It was different. It was not as good, I didn't think. So we couldn't. That's because we couldn't get in on her birthday this year at Newlands.
But yeah, definitely, the centre and the facilities provided out of Newlands were definitely of value and importance to your family.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Cool. One more question from Councillor Randall.
Yes, thanks very much for coming in and outlining how you're making it all work. First point is you may want to check out the number 60 bus.
Yeah.
It does go from Johnsonville to Tawa, quite near the pool. Directly.
From Newlands to
still got to go into Johnsonville, but yes, I know, and it's still two buses. It's not ideal, but it's a lot more direct than going into the centre of town. Yeah. And so the other question is, in terms of playground access, that's pretty good as well in terms of the choices where you go and go outdoors.
At Newlands, which is down the road, is brilliant. It's accessible for disabled people as well, but it's also brilliant for Harper. She loves jumping on the little trampoline things there, loves to slide, loves to swings. So yeah, other parks we've been to as well. All across the city we use facilities all the time. If we go to the airport or come back to the airport, we go to Kilburney Pool, we go to playgrounds. So we love Wellington and its facilities. So
fantastic, great to hear. Good news, and that the plan's good. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Next is Carl Savage on behalf of Greater Brooklyn Wellington Association, President Association.
You almost got there, Newtown. Good morning, kia ora, namaste, and malo. Firstly, I'm not Katie Underwood because I'm tagging in. I know it's de rigueur these days, but I'm very male. You may or may not have had a chance to read through this presentation that the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association have put together. Now, we have not had a formal meeting to discuss this. We've been overwhelmed with a number of submissions that have had to be put through, both on waste minimisation, Brooklyn connections in particular, which is really soaked up. So we've not gone out to the wider community. Our catchment is primarily in the southern suburbs. Because we've taken over the role of the Kingston Residents Association, which is in abeyance, that's about 8,000 or so individuals. So we can't specifically say that we speak for each and every individual there, but we have had a lot of feedback, and in particular about the Brooklyn area and the southern suburbs. We're an old established suburb. We're not like the northern suburbs, as Councillor McNulty and the previous speaker noted. But I'd also note in various other council documents, the northern suburbs is where there's an anticipation of substantial population growth. So you might not have, or you might have currently, a perception of a lot of facilities, but they're going to be needed in the near to medium future, assuming population projections track on. Getting back to Brooklyn, we have a number of local institutions which are incredibly well used. A very small library which has a very high usage rate. both for people coming in, getting what books and materials they want, and also for children waiting for their parents to pick them up, because it's an incredibly congested, very compact little suburban village. We've got a community centre which is run independently on council land, which Katie noted earlier is on council land, which there's some doubt about at the moment, which is creating some distress in the community, I'll be quite candid about. We've got a very good library. We've got a number of good parks which have been instituted over the past decades by forward thinkers within the council. They're accessible, wheelchair accessible. The community centre does have a changing room too, by the way. The public toilet in the village is, I can assure you, well used, because a lot of the businesses don't want to let people in. It's a very high traffic area. We have some, and the community, I should say, has some serious concerns when we see some of these numbers bandied about these hubs. We have a hub that's within a 5-minute walk. It's just not in one building. It's run by different branches, but we have it already. A couple of the key points that we would like to touch on is, this is a very broad brushstroke document. I appreciate that's how council operate. But if we were to give our 10 cents worth of advice, we would suggest that there needs to be a lot more nuanced dealings with the local community, not by online surveys. Actually, council officers and councillors getting out, having workshops in the community, consulting about how the community wants their communities to grow. Now, obviously, in the northern suburbs, there's a high transient rate. We get that in Brooklyn. My other hat, I work as a realtor. I understand what the council is trying to do, but I also understand you get 3 houses in the same street. They're all very different houses. You get 3 different community centres, they've got different population dynamics, different needs. So in the instance of the Brooklyn Library, you've got council flats above them. They were recently, well, in generally recent times, earthquake strengthened. Is it a large, substantial library? No. Does it serve a great local purpose? Absolutely, as does the community centre. Now, again, this is a collection of comments that we've put together to make this submission. If anything was to come out of this, would strongly recommend a lot more local engagement on the ground in your particular wards or electorates. Don't make a big decision here, which potentially the next triennium or the triennium after that is going to have to come back and revisit and redo, because at the end of the day, you're going to have to fund this from somewhere. Now, some of the proposals that have been floated here seem pretty extraordinary. The old adage is stitch in time can save 9. There's a lot of local funding and local contributions that can be made, and a council can make to keep a lot of communities intact and vibrant. And our request is not necessarily just through us, but through the wider community, schools, churches, community groups. We can get together, talk to the people. There's some bloody good ideas out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Okay, one question to Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much, Carl. I'm starting to see a bit of a contradiction or conflict with what we're aiming to try and do. One is we're looking at community centres, so we're putting emphasis on those things, but also we're looking at growth for suburbs. So if we're planning for more growth in these suburbs, then we need to expand those community centres.
Can you make it a question, Councillor Chang?
Okay, so there's not an easy answer. There's not, well, I'll throw it back to you on what numbers. Statistics New Zealand say that Wellington in the next 30 years is going to grow by 20,000 people. The City Council assume it's going to grow by between 30 and 50. It all assumes we're not going to get knocked over by a big earthquake. What if? Well, we've got to deal with what we have in front of us now and what we want to do. So absolutely we need to forward plan. There will be some areas where it will need intensification and growth. I would think that from a real estate, putting my real estate hat on, there are certain places where you can have intensive multi-unit townhouse developments in the wider Brooklyn area, but a lot of them are looking at the brownfields and greenfields in the northern suburbs. There needs to be probably a little bit more investment there and renewal of some of the inner urban areas.
Thank you so much, Carl. We really appreciate your time. And Fano, we need to take about 10 minutes break and come back 11:40. continue. Next is Jill Day on behalf of Tawa Community Board. Jill, you've got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Councillors, Chair and Pauiwi, it's lovely to be here today. So with me today we've got Miriam Moore and Jackson Lacey from the Community Board. We also have our new Community Board member Liz Langham, who will be being sworn in at our next meeting in September, which is very exciting. So today I'll just speak very quickly because we have already had a bit of a chat with you about our thoughts on this plan. Overall, it's a really great plan and we're really happy with the approach. There are a few little bits that we just sort of want to speak at as a result of what we discussed last time. The main one that we want to speak to you about today is the Library Community Centre opportunity with combining those two things together onto one site, which we discussed last time, and the time frame. And we note that the time frame hasn't changed from when we came and spoke last time. We think this is a bit of a risk for council from the perspective that if you look at Waitohi and Johnsonville, from the early discussions to it being completed, it took 10 years. And we're aware that this would take equally that sort of time to be able to deliver. And we've currently got a situation where, particularly in the situation of the community centre, it's becoming quite run down. It needs a new roof, it needs quite a lot of investment. And council in about 2021 made a decision just to do the bare minimum maintenance, knowing that the building would likely need to be replaced at some point in the near future. So we're going to hit up against a problem in the next sort of 5 to 10 years where the building may actually get to the point where it can't be utilised anymore. And I guess our request is that we make sure that that planning is well underway so that there's a centre that's being delivered before we end up in a situation where a centre might have to be closed because it's no longer able to support the things that need to happen there. Obviously, you know, as has been discussed by other submitters here today, we're going to experience a lot of growth in Tawa. The north is experiencing significant growth in comparison to the rest of the city. And it's important that we are able to provide for our future growth. Currently, the library and the community centre are pretty much at their full use. They don't really work for modern use, and I can see when you look at how Waitohi operates that actually the combination of those two facilities together makes something that's quite outstanding. And in the case of Tawa, I'm just going to hold it up, which is probably a little bit hard to see. In fact, we could pass it round. You can see the site, there's a triangle at the bottom, which is where we would see that you could combine a library and community centre. Where the current community centre is quite a big triangle, and that could be opened up for housing development, commercial development, whatever. That's an opportunity that council could look at. It's in prime land for development. It'll be really great for council to be able to show what the potential in Tawa could be like. So we really think there's an opportunity there to do something quite outstanding. There's been quite a lot of work done already to look at how those sites could work, and it's sort of stopped. And under the plan, it says, I think it's got a short time frame, which means work would sort of start in 3 to 4 years' time. That seems a bit short-sighted when we've already had some work done already, and we know that those buildings are going to need, work within 5 to 10 years. So we think it should go in the very short time frame, just so that we can actually make sure the planning gets underway and that we don't get caught out. I'll move on from that one now just to the Linden toilets. We talked about that last time, and I just want to note that in the plan it does now give provision for the toilets, but it says as part of the exploration in Linden around other opportunities. We would like to make sure that that is actually separated out because those toilets are meant to be being delivered next year. So we don't want that to get caught up in a wider discussion in the community because there are many, many opportunities in Linden, but the toilets do actually need to be there very soon. So we'd request that that gets pulled out from that. The rec centre, we note that it's sort of the approach is to treat it a bit like a bookable space. Currently it does actually have council staff there who run activities. There's holiday programs, the Children's Gym Jam, which is well attended, an Easy Movers program, and a social netball league for women. If it's treated as a bookable space, there won't be the same facilitation, and what we've seen in other situations where this approach has been taken is that you start to put up barriers for people to be able to access the facility, so it becomes a place that people who have the skills and the resources to get there and to organise something are able to do that, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's inclusive and open to all. We saw this in London with the community centre just before I was on council. We became aware of the fact that the centre was really being utilised by people from outside of the area who saw it as a cheap place to come and book and do a yoga class or another sort of course there, but it wasn't being utilised by the people that lived right near there because it just wasn't accessible. So I guess I'd caution that approach could lead to a similar sort of outcome for people in the Tawa Rec Centre situation. So I see we've come to the end of 5 minutes. Man, that goes fast.
Cool. Thank you. As you know, I can't have favourites, so the 5 minutes.
They're favourites, but thank you.
So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Next is Brian Shepherd on behalf of Churton Park Community Association Incorporated.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to talk about Churton Park Community Association's submission to this plan. Our submission is in two parts. The largest part relates to our prized community centre and the second one to public toilets. But first of all, the context for Churton Park itself. It's an incredibly fast-growing suburb. In the 2018 census for Churton Park and Glenside, there were 6,756 dwellings, projected to be over 10,000 by 2043. That's a large increase. That population represents people of all ages. You only need to look at the two schools there, Churton Park School and Amesbury School, to see the new classrooms that are being put out there to accommodate the people, the young families in the area. So it's a rapidly growing suburb. It has a very rich ethnic cultural diversity, which we celebrate. But the community facilities with all this development haven't kept pace with the housing. It's all very well to have houses everywhere. We need the houses, but people in the houses need things to do, places to go. Being a new suburb, we don't have the traditional halls that are associated elsewhere, church halls, club halls and things like that. We haven't got those. So we have two school halls to call on, and they're primarily used for school activities. So it's difficult to get in, and we do, but it's hard work. And the other part for this context is that in this huge suburb, we look to see where there are public toilets, and they are few and far between. I'll deal with those at the end. So the community centre, it has a strong community focus, but it's too small. It was too small when it was built 10 years ago. It has two small rooms. The larger one, the hall, has a capacity of 65 people. You can't do much with that. Then there's a small room that we use for meetings. It seats 8 people around the table and 4 people sitting at the side. And the Northern Ward councillors here will attest to that because they come to our meetings. Thank you. So look, what use for this hall? Well, it's used for some indoor exercise, for some craft work and smaller community meetings. But it's not a meeting place in which a sense of belonging and community connection can be built and extended to all of our residents. It's also routinely shared by the residents of Granada North, so it has a larger catchment than just our core suburb. Booking inquiries are routinely turned away, and many don't even get as far as inquiries because its reputation is known. It's too small for our event. The larger groups just don't even bother to look there for opportunities for a booking. The size isn't suited to multifunctional capabilities, such as for performances. There's no possibility of putting a stage or anything up there. All but the smallest recreational facilities and accommodation for larger community meetings. We just don't have that capability. So none of this really helps us to build that sense of well-being. In the community, as I said before, we celebrate our cultural diversity. In years before the pandemic put a stop to things, we held multicultural concerts and we are one discussions with the community to help build a sense of appreciation of other cultures in our community. But it's very difficult to do that when you haven't got your home base in which to hold it. The last point there is the toilets. We agree with the council that public toilets contribute to public health outcomes that support people's use of the urban environment, including at community facilities. No problem. We have one heavily used toilet on the outside of the community centre and another at the Churton Park Reserve, which is associated with the playing field. This is not sufficient for a large population and growing population of Churton Park. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is our submission.
Cool. Thank you so much, Brian. And even though we don't have, but McNulty, he tried to ask the previous speaker as well, so I'll give him a quick question.
Hey, thanks very much, Brian. Appreciate you raising that point that Churton Park's unique and not having that historic community infrastructure. Has the community centre had to turn away bookings because of its lack of space?
Yes.
Yeah.
As I said, a lot of them now don't even get as far as inquiries because people know how small it is and its limitations. I do have here the community centre manager keeps a log of bookings and bookings that are turned away, and I'm quite happy to leave that with somebody so that you can peruse that at your pleasure.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we really appreciate your time, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Alistair Duncan and Colin Singleton from Wellington Central Grey Power.
And thank you very much. We're here to representing Grey Power. We're the people 50 plus, and you will get the measure of what we're about with what Alistair's going to say to start our submission.
Kia ora, thank you. Devices down, eyes up, thank you. I will indeed, thank you. 5 minutes to present to all of you. Barely time to get to the loo. So please cross your legs and do please engage, lest we dribble on and I read the wrong page. As we age, pressures grow. There's more need for the flow, and spending a penny is nigh. But if there's no loo nearby, then the danger is high that the let's get Wellington moving muddle is really an incontinent puddle. So please do what you can to get more loos in the plan and more signage to show where they are. It will cost more than a penny, but will be welcomed by many, both locals and those from afar. And when you go in, please make sure you don't sin and leave the toilet door all ajar. In conclusion, as an added bonus, we have a positive suggestion to rebrand Wellington. Bladder times are just around the corner. Thank you. I counted 45 signs directing me to shoe shops and cell phone shops on my walk down Willis Street to join you. I spotted 2 for our facilities. It tells you something.
Thanks, Alistair. Yes, our submission is about public toilets, and we're impressed by the fact that most people have mentioned them. So there's obviously a need for attention to the public toilets in Wellington, lack of them. I was living over near Aro Park, and I couldn't believe the fact that the toilets were taken away before new toilets were erected, and they're round in Victoria Street, and most people don't know they're there yet, and it's going to be some time before the new toilets are down outside the Les Mills gym. So we're just asking you, please, more public toilets and well looked after and better signage. We need to be able to tell where they are. I'm not quite sure how the visitors to Wellington from overseas and other places find a toilet.
Cool. Thank you so much. Councillors, if you have any question, I will allow, not on the poem, but on the... Okay, Councillor Fawn, Deputy Mayor Fawn.
Thank you.
That was a brilliant way to deliver a presentation. Thank you. I shall remember that for a very long time. But also agree, I just wanted to check, and you know the state of flux the central city is in at the moment, and we're... Do you know that Tākina, the toilets are open there? Because I think that is a good asset. Are you aware of those?
Yeah, I am aware of those, and that is a very good lot of toilets.
Yeah, good.
But, I mean, how do people know that? That's the question.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. I think there is no more question. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next is Mark Kirkbernard on behalf of Johnsonville Business Group. Mark, you got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Just representing the recently formed Johnsonville Business Group, which is a bid, 2 months old. So very excited to be able to contribute to our community facilities. In reading the plan, I take heart. There's a lot of good things in there, but there's 3 things that we think Johnsonville and the northern suburbs, more importantly, need. So just cast your eyes to the screens briefly. The City Council is really a major influence in promoting physical activity within our population. There's research here by Indoor Facility Strategy, Oricon, just based upon sort of the promotion of community engagement and the benefits that can have. This is quite an interesting slide, in my opinion. So I've looked at the population of Wellington from Wadestown north. So there's 65,000 people in that area, up to the top of Tawa. So in comparison to New Zealand's populations of town centres and cities, we're actually 10th on the list. So we're almost the size of Napier. We are 5,000 people bigger than Porirua. And so, it's easy to consider Wellington as a whole, but look at the northern suburbs and say, well, hold on, what facilities do we have compared to, say, Porirua or Napier? And I tell you, we're lacking in some of them. We've had some recent press in the Independent Herald, and there's a lot of positivity in Johnsonville specifically around what we could have in the area. So taking a map, the Johnsonville, in our opinion, is really the hub of those northern suburbs, reaching from the top of Tawa right down to Karori. And, City Council often talks about density done well. Well, at the moment, if we want to go to a large recreation centre, we're all driving over to Gilbirnie, and it's too far to go. My 3 young children want to sign up for indoor sports, and I'm not going to drive them an hour at 5 o'clock after work to get over the other side of town. So we say no, So that's the uptake of sports and what it can do to the northern suburbs. Where we are in Johnsonville there, so I've actually proposed Rāroa Park, but I don't particularly mind where it is, but we're right on the train line there. So this is between Malvina Major and Rāroa Intermediate. It's right on the train line, on bus lines. Cycleways can be adapted to suit. It's a minute drive from Johnsonville. It's, less than 7 kilometres from Karori, and within reach of Tawa and on their way home if they're working in town. One option that may arise is a joint venture between the Ministry of Education and the City Council. So this has been done in Hamilton, and it just seems to me that there's a need for those 2 local schools there, Onslow and Rāroa, and it would make sense to me to try and leverage from the Ministry of Education to try and make that happen. It's an opportunity anyway. Outside our need for a recreation centre is some basic community facilities in Johnsonville. Our community centre there's a picture on the screen, is in poor state. We're lucky to have one, I suppose, but it's not representative of what we think our community should be having there. And like many others are talking about, the public toilets in many areas of Wellington obviously is in poor state, but there's another small picture of our public toilets there, which is unsightly for visitors. I've talked about it before, presented to council, but the central area of Johnsonville, we see a need for a space for a focal point of social interaction. We really lack a heart in Johnsonville, and a big part of that is what the City Council can provide for us to enable us to have a heart. There's a lot of great people in Johnsonville, but we do need a space to engage and collaborate. So that's all. I'm coming down, counting the time down, but I appreciate your time, and I'd appreciate your focus, I suppose, on Johnsonville and its ability to cater to the wider suburbs that are within our reach. Thank you. Any questions at all in 8 seconds?
Thank you so much. I don't think so. We don't have enough time, but quick question from Randall and quick answer from you.
So you've looked at the plan. The plan does recognise those things in there, so you're really here to support the plan, but maybe with more emphasis on highlighting these key points.
Correct, and pointing out Johnsonville as a metropolitan centre that can service those other suburbs.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much for your time. And next is Sam Donald from Vegelmore Community Group Charity Trust. And I also want to acknowledge the chair of this committee who just joined us from another council meeting, Councillor O'Neill. If you want to come, we can swap the chair around. Okay, until we finish, we'll continue. Okay. Thank you, Sam. You can still stuck with me for now.
Kia ora.
Go ahead.
Thank you to the Mayor, Chair, Deputy Mayor and Councillors for taking the time today. Nicoletta is our venue manager. Sam, one of the trustees. So many of you will be familiar with who we are, but for those who don't, we're located in Brooklyn up on the hill. We're a charitable trust. It's just to give you an idea of our sort of 15-minute walkable catchment extending into Kingston, Vogeltown, Brooklyn, Mornington. So nothing else just in that spot. So it's a well-frequented place for the community. What should I be pointing that at? It's not doing anything. Yeah, so we're a diverse cross-section of Wellington. It's just not working. There we go. It's a bunch of trustees. We've got some permanent staff. We've got 3 at the moment. We're just about to hire a 4th. We've got a whole lot of casual staff. We operate as a kind of hybrid, community-led, council-supported facility. Occupy the old bowling green and club rooms. So we own the bowling club, the council owns the green and the hall, and we manage them under contract. Yeah, a whole lot of things happen in the space and in the building. Nicoletta's just going to quickly talk about some of our kind of tenants and activities.
Yeah, so this is Thomas from Barbarian Productions, who function out of the upper space in the bowling club. We're doing some collaborating with them, and we're currently working on a plan for them to hire the hall during the day and offer discounted rates to artists, which is something we do anyway across the board, offering discounted rates to artists. We host community dinners and pizza nights where the community comes together over cheap or free food. We've hosted lots of events on the green, so it's great having the green in the middle as sort of a way to come together on a sunny day. Our recent venture has been an evening offering, so you see here this is the entrance to the bowling club. We've started partnering with Welltech to have some young people with disabilities work and get work experience us. We're hoping to provide paid employment with some funding to them. And as I was speaking to before, we've got this evening offering, which has been a great place for discussions and gigs and quiz nights and youth poetry nights. It's been really great. We actually got nominated for the Aotearoa Interior Awards earlier this year, which was very exciting. We used a lot of recycled materials, and it was a lot of community and volunteer effort to get that place to what it is now. So that was a really great moment of recognition. That's a local musician, Ingrid, performing in the upstairs. She's actually been part of Vogelmont since the very beginning, performing in the cafe and then in the bar. And this is an example of some of the discussions we have. Panel discussions, we've got another one coming next week, which is
on housing. 14th.
A very diverse range of events going on, which is really exciting, hosted either by us or by the community. There's a good interplay there.
So we obviously operate as a community venue with bookable spaces, but also coordinate and host events and collaborate with all sorts of different groups and hold working bees, etc. So I guess we recognise that we're a little bit unique in terms of Wellington's landscape of community centres. We're on our own land, we own the building ourselves. It's yellow stickered, as a lot of people will know. We've got until 2032 to re-strengthen. And equally important to us is upgrading the accessibility for the space. The internal bowling club building is across 3 different levels, and so as big a project as the re-strengthening probably is the accessibility. And so any questions?
So, there is one question from Councillor Free.
But you've just answered it, because I was going to say another submission was about the accessibility of that building, and I was going to ask you about the plans, but I've just heard that you're very well aware of the challenges.
Cool.
Thank you.
I think we don't have much time for another question. Is there anyone who really wanted? Or okay, good. Thank you, Sam, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Next is David Harkness from Capital BMX Club Incorporated. You've got 5 minutes. Floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for having me. Have I got some slides? All right, cool. Hopefully 4 slides will show up on the screen shortly. I guess I just want to start by saying, at a macro level, we support the plan that you've got. I think it's fantastic. And probably a couple of additional little points that we would like to make. First point would be that you've got a bunch of community groups out here. There's lots about sort of community facilities. I don't see much about harnessing the energy and the power of the community groups to leverage your investments and extend your investments. And so I wonder whether you can add an objective to look at supporting community groups to extend the facilities. And then the second point is probably more specific to us as a BMX club. The scope talks about leased community facilities on council land used by sport, recreation, community groups, etc. Most of the document is based around building-related facilities. We're obviously a non-building related facility, so I think just have a think about what functionality means in the plan. So for us, it'd be the maintenance of the playing surface or the drainage to make sure that we can operate effectively, and I think that would apply to a lot of other clubs as well. So coming back to Capital BMX specifically, where we are in Galloway Park, we operate under at least three different policies in terms of the suburban reserves, our lease, the district plan. There's probably others. And so, we get fantastic support from Sanjay and Adam and Tim and Parish, all in Paul Andrews' team. But sometimes when we've got when we discuss it, it's sensible suggestions for what we want to do. It's really difficult to figure out a way to get through the rules and the policies to make things happen, even when we're looking to fund it all ourselves. So, I think something that you can help community groups with is looking to see where you can simplify the regulatory frameworks and move to a culture of how can we do this rather than why can't we do this. All right. We want to be more self-sufficient. The council have been very generous with funding for us, but we want to be able to raise more funding ourselves. An example would be, we're a racetrack. Every other racetrack in the country, a BMX track, has their sponsors' logos around the place. We can bring in a few $1,000s from that, but signage is a permitted activity in a recreation reserve, and so at this point in time, it's not permitted. So find ways to enable us to raise money. Excuse me. And then I think, I guess making it easier to develop. Last time we talked, or last year we talked about making a small addition to the site. It was 0.375% of our area, and for a $5,000 change, we were asked to apply for a resource consent at $2,500 because they were concerned about site coverage on an 8,000 square metre site. Some of the rules are out of whack. Okay. And then it's great that we've got Action U8. I've been banging on about this with you guys for the last couple of years. And the first word, accelerate. Last time we talked, this was about trying to complete a master plan for the area so that we could get information that would allow you to inform the long-term plan. It's gone back another year. So how can we bring this stuff forward? Putting together a wheels hub for the southern end of Galloway Park, putting a destination scale pump track would draw people into the area. It would increase the usage of all of the assets in the area. So it's absolutely in line with your policy and your intentions. And we've got a draft plan. We've got some draft costings. We've got a starting point to build from. So we kind of just want the permission to get on with it and allocate some space. Then we'll get on with raising some money and making it happen. Because I kind of fear that my kids will be too old and have left Wellington by the time we even approve a plan, let alone action it. So I have one more slide, just looking at kind of what do we mean by pump track. There's a little 2-minute video in there, but I'm going to pause at this point and just take any questions.
Cool. Any question? If not, okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. We've heard from BMX clubs in the past that not having a public toilet in nearby recreation areas is quite a barrier for, in particular, children and women.
Yep.
Do you have a perspective on other places in our network where we might need more toilets to support BMX activities?
I mean, we're the only BMX site in the city area. We got commitment in the annual plan. So last year I came to you with a position. You said you would investigate and install within 12 months. The report came back, said it was 150K. I asked for 150K. You put it into the annual plan. So I'm very hopeful that we'll get some temporary toilets here very, very soon.
Cool. Thank you.
Cool. Even though we don't have time, but I have a quick question. In your submission, you talk about regulation and policies, and you mentioned some of them.
Yeah.
What policy do you think is going to improve in case the council wanted to consider? You talked about sourcing outside, resource from outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we think about it in the context of how do you enable your community groups to bring their energy to bear to improve the facilities for the community as a whole, and then I think you'll find there will be opportunities to allow things like external fundraising through signage sponsorship or whatever. So I think maybe one of the actions you've talked about, so I think it was 4.3, innovate the delivery of the community facilities, or there was 5.6. But if you can effectively review what the blockers are across the policy settings, and then come up with, as part of the implementation of this plan, you might find ways of simplifying things.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. And we got few people to go. Do you guys feel going 5-minute break, or should we just finish and... Yeah, so because 12:40 is the lunch, so we can continue. Okay, good. Next is Rona from Newtown Resident Association. Welcome, Rona. You got 5 minutes.
Person from Newtown Residents Association, and Patrick is joining me, Patrick Morgan, who I don't think needs introduction, probably. He's one of our members and he's also a park neighbour. So you heard from Steve Cosgrove earlier about our Kōrau Park and the need for toilets there.
Is the microphone on, Terry? Could you
Sorry.
make it closer? Thank you.
Okay, righto. And I want to reiterate that there is a significant need. There has been ever since the park was opened. And in spite of making numerous submissions and requests over the last almost 30 years now, more than 25 years, we still haven't got toilets. And it's not an outlying request. It aligns exactly with a couple of the council policies. That's the open space policy, which has as one of its key performance indicators having toilets with all the community parks and destination parks and so on, and also community play spaces. I mean, the play space policy says that among the amenities to be expected in a community play space are toilets. We're a community play space. I think we're one of the better ones, but we don't have toilets. We've got a significant advocacy from the community. I think you had circulated to you a packet of submissions and requests from some of our local people, but also we've got a petition on the way. And just before I left to come here, we had 302 signatures, which is in just over a week, and it closes next week. We expect to have significantly more by then. So I hope that the aspect of the community facilities plan that says one of the reasons for bringing in something that's not already planned for is community advocacy will make that clear. So that's from me. And
Kia ora koutou. I think most of us have been in the situation where we're either with someone, young or old, who really needs to go to the toilet in a hurry. So I don't think anyone in this room needs convincing. It's really handy to have a public toilet in public places. Thank you for investing in our park. I happen to be a neighbour. I really love the park, especially as my daughter got married there. It has a special place in my heart. But also to many people in our community. The question is, why now? As Rona's pointed out, the community has been advocating for this for 30 odd years. It's a long time to hold on. The reason now is the right time is that I know previous assessments of the park have found that from, I guess, a crime prevention angle, that maybe the time wasn't right, the park being sheltered from neighbours. Now that's changed. So the council has invested in new play equipment and a barbecue, which suggests food preparation is part of the park experience. But one of the neighbouring houses has since been replaced with 6 townhouses, 17 bedrooms there. There's natural overlook for the park. So I put it to you, now would be a great time to review any kind of crime prevention, environmental design aspects and have a fresh look. And, I think we can get this done within 12 months. And I'd love to see you all there on opening day. Time for questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your time. And any question, councillors? Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much, Rona, and very well put. Have you currently have a submission in for toilets? Have you actually? There's one in there now, is there?
Yep, you'll find it in your meeting agenda papers on page 101.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, just as part of the overall provision, how far away would it be to walk to, say, I don't know, the Newtown Library toilets, or what's the case for needing extra?
Well, I did that little 5-minute check thing that you can do on a map, and it's a little over 5 minutes, but that's for a fit adult. We're largely talking about family groups who may have settled down to have a barbecue. To pack up and go that distance doesn't really work. That would be the end of their stay, probably. And also for small children, they're not going to hang on while you go, 5 minutes. It's more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, may I add something? The truth is, Kōrau Park is currently used as a toilet, make no mistake. Yeah. Sometimes people with small children, they get caught short, and it's, I'm not going to spell it out for you, but it's currently a toilet. This is about respecting the place and the people and putting a proper toilet there for our community users.
Cool. Thank you so much. Really acknowledge your time. We really appreciate your time, and I think the time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next is Ellen Blake from she's online. Okay, good. Living Street, Tawa.
Kia ora tātou. I'm sitting here in the Manawatu at the moment, so a wee way from Wellington, but, with Living Streets Aotearoa Pedestrian Advocacy Group. We're very supportive of providing great community facilities for people. It really helps with placemaking, and I think we've just heard from Kōrau Park people about why toilets are important. First of all, I'd just like to say that we really appreciate the solid analysis done with this plan. It was really good to see, gave a really good picture of what's available and where it's available and who perhaps is using it as well. So we'd really like to see more of these in all of the plans that we have. And I think it kind of identified the gaps that seemed to us that there perhaps was a need for a bit more analysis on the needs for older people. And it also identified that there isn't very much happening in the city, the central city area, as far as community facilities go. And some people might think this isn't an issue, but the thing for community facilities is that they're public and you shouldn't have to pay for them a lot of the time, particularly for parks, children's parks. So from a pedestrian point of view, there are a number of things that need to be provided to improve walking, pedestrians, getting out and about and having great community spaces. And that is, we've just heard about toilets. You almost shouldn't have to talk about toilets, they should just be there. But we totally support new toilets for Kōrau Park. We know that there's been a request for a replacement of a toilet in Hyrie Street Children's Park. There used to be a toilet there, it was removed. We need to have that one back, and it's a good walk for anybody to find another toilet in Mount Victoria, public toilet. Also, in the city, we've noticed that there's been a gradual reduction in toilets in the city. Places like Te Aro Park has just recently lost one. People will remember there used to be a public toilet at the Cenotaph. There's a lot of people who come to the inner city, who visit the inner city, and I think as Patrick mentioned, having public toilets is just being respectful for the people in that space, because people will go if they need to. Other things that are really important for pedestrians and that community facilities should provide, and I know some of our parks do this quite well, is drinking fountains. The waterfront now's got quite a few drinking fountains. As temperatures get hotter, particularly in summer, we would need to see more drinking fountains. And as our population gets older, this is one of the reasons for having a needs assessment for older people, is that we will need more seating. It's not inevitable, but a lot of older people particularly like to sit as they journey. It really helps them extend their walking trips and makes it much more comfortable for being out, and other people as well. And then there's the shelter. So one of the things that Wellington has done quite well is providing verandas for people, which provides a bit of sun shelter, but also from the rain. But we need to be able to access those verandas, and that they need to be maintained well, which I think has been an issue previously. So I just wanted to support the community facilities plan, make sure that we're targeting the people who really get out and want to be part of our community. We know that walking is a major recreation for all New Zealanders, but particularly women. And yeah, provide toilets. These are the small things, not the big formal halls and things. These are the small things that really help people be part of their community. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Melon. Any question? Councillor Free.
Thank you, Alan. Just in relation, I know when you're walking, you want to know you're not wasting and you need to go to the loo, you want to know you can actually get there. Do you think there's enough signage of our toilets, the ones that we actually do have? Is that a gap?
Well, so if you're going to have a toilet, you need to have good signs. So definitely, yeah, I think there isn't enough signage, particularly for people maybe who don't look at signs in the same way as everybody else. I'm thinking of blind, low vision people. You know, how do you find a toilet in that situation? I don't know. There's or toilets with changing rooms or things like that. There is a real need for good wayfinding. But I think that, that's for a lot of other facilities as well.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you so much, Ellen. We really appreciate your time.
Okay.
Next is now Tina Reid and Rose Tanner from Mount Cook Mobilised.
Yeah, that's right, Press. Thank you. We've come to make a slightly different case today. We've come because Mount Cook as a suburb isn't something that's generally recognised. We're apt to be seen as either part of Newtown or that bit tacked onto the edge of the city beside part of Massey University. And our local councillors well know that we've been very active over the last 15 years with Mount Cook Mobilised, creating an organisation and a community network which gets involved in local activities, submissions like this, and creating a sense of community. We submitted in 2010 about community facilities, saying that we recognise that not every suburb requires a community centre. We are quite happy to visit other community centres to go to classes and events and stuff, but we do feel there's a strong case to make for building community networking, for maintaining our community links. And we've found it very difficult to maintain the work we do without any council support. Well, sorry, I should change the wording on that, because we get very great council support from our councillors who attend meetings regularly, but we get very little engagement on a proactive way with staff and with any community strategy, community building strategy. So I'm there to paint the background like that about why we're here today, and pass over to Ross.
Can I just... Sorry, councillors, I just start again. Can I just add to what Tina has said? Mount Cook at the last 2018 census has a population of 6,800 people, which is more than Mount Victoria and the Aro Valley, and slightly less than Newtown, and less again, of course, to the suburb of Te Aro. So when you look at the actual community facilities that exist in Mount Cook, if you take out Massey University and its own buildings and meeting rooms, and look at, again, what is exactly council-owned or council-leased facilities, it comes down to having 2 creches and the Scottish Harriers building in the town belt. And the only other facilities are the actual community rooms in the Berkeley Dallard apartments and in Central Park. There's no other actual council-provided, council-owned community facilities. So what we do as a group when we meet, we use, sometimes we're able to get access to a church hall on the Sunday afternoons that we meet, or on other occasions we have to move around and find what we can. By way of meetings. And we meet every 6 weeks on a Sunday afternoon, and as Tina has said, we're very grateful that Councillor Pannett and Councillor Paul and Councillor Young usually are able to come and join us for those meetings. So in terms of where to go here. It's interesting that Tina and I and Carol Comber, our secretary coordinator, have just been doing a review or some planning in terms of emergency planning for our suburb as part of the Wellington Regional Emergency Management requirements or encouragement. And we've been listing all of the different places, the parks, the buildings, whatever we might use in the case of a real emergency. And compared with other suburbs, there's relatively few. So the question for us becomes, what does it take to enable the community to meet together when we need to? What does it take to bring people together? And our answer is not another building. We're not looking here for the council to support the building of another community centre or bricks and mortar. But what we do think, both for our suburb and for other comparable suburbs in Wellington or comparable districts in Wellington that would assist, is for some financial support by way of paid part-time coordinators. Such as Carol Comber, who did receive some funding for a short-term period, but that funding then ceased and nothing has replaced it. So our argument is that as part of this facilities review, we would encourage councillors to look at ways of supporting communities and suburbs such as ours by way of honorariums or part-time support, but not necessarily having to run to the provision of new community facilities. So we'll leave it at that.
Fantastic. I will allow only one question. That's for Councillor Panet. Make it quick. The answer should be the same.
Right. Thank you very much. It's great that you're not requesting a new building. So just basically, you'd like a model like the Mount Vic Hub, where you'd use what facilities we do have in Mount Cook to organise activities for the community.
Yes.
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 Fantastic. Thank you, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We go next now online, Sally Munro and Pat Dugnan.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, great. I take it you can see me, can you? But yes, right, good. Well, first of all, thank you, councillors and staff, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to associate ourselves with the Onslow Residents Community Association submission and that of Carol Stigley, particularly also Mr. Mandel. I want to note that I've lived in Khandallah for 40 years, as have my wife. I put it to you that the Khandallah Village Centre, on which I'm focusing, is the ideal setup for what the council is trying to achieve with intensification. It is a small centre, but serves a large number of people, as I will shortly explain. The hub, there's a transport hub, so we're in that area, and you are busy or passing changes which will permit much taller buildings around the village and around the railway line. Now, I'm going to mention some statistics which I've drawn from your rates table on the council website, which shows the number of rating assessments there are and their median. You've chosen to put up the median as opposed to the average. You may be surprised to find that if you take Khandallah and Nio together, the number of rating assessments is the second largest of any suburb in Wellington, second only to Te Ara. Those two suburbs, or two sections, I would contend, of a single suburb, run together, work together well. They're all within walking distance. I note here that as the Onslow Residents Association has pointed out, lumping or putting Wadestown in is completely nonsensical. It's as if the people who proposed that did not understand there's a thing called the Nio Gorge. And as you should know, There are no bridges across that gorge. You have to go round it, or you have to go to the far end through Crofton Downs. So it doesn't fit. Ngaio and Khandallah are wealthy suburbs which pay a very significant part of the council's tax and rates revenue. Indeed, Khandallah has the eighth highest median rates, and is itself, as a single suburb, the seventh largest number of assessments. Given that the ones that pay more rates are really actually typically quite small, I think if I had the numbers, I could demonstrate that Khandallah's contribution to the revenue of the council is probably the largest of any suburb. As I say, Ngaio and Khandallah together are larger than Kōrau in terms of rates assessments. The facilities that Khandallah has are ideal for people to be walking to it, and they do. There are 3 cafes in the Khandallah village, and there's at least 3 others nearby. It is highly populated and greatly used, and it needs to be developed in order to pursue the intensification, the walking distance approach that you are advocating. Unfortunately, under this plan, what you will do is strip it of some of the key facilities. And the justification for that is in many cases because those facilities are put in place many years ago, such as the library. The library is not large, but it facilitates very satisfactorily the ability for Khandallah residents to take their books and to come and pick them up. So I put it to you that it is a very awkward and very unfortunate situation that the council's plan is talking of stripping Khandallah village of its facilities. The hub nearby is not all that nearby. It is Johnsonville, and it of course involves a drive along Burma Road, as opposed to the Khandallah village, which is, as I say, walkable by what is one of the largest groups in the city. So, Chair, I think Carol Stigley has given you the explanation for some of these facilities, the town hall and the library and their historic significance. And I would urge that you recognise the contribution that Khandallah makes to the revenue of the city, and that you recognise that it should be developed.
Thank you so much. If you can make your last point, the 5 minutes is finished.
I have made my last point there, Chair, that it should be developed.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate your time. And only I got a quick correction. We are not, as the chair and deputy chair of this committee, we are not aware of anything that is closing. And if anything happen, that nature comes, it will be consulted on. So I think some of the information might not be correct.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair. There is talk of closing the library by implication. Thank you.
There will be consultation if it happens. So thank you so much. Now, next is lucky last. Tim is your line. Tim, the floor is yours. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to committee members. Firstly, always appropriate to thank Council for the support that has been shown in recent years for tennis, and specifically funding to support various upgrades at the Wellington Reserve Tennis Centre. I'd also like to apologise for missing my last submission or oral presentation on the Brooklyn Cycleway. I was in a assembly point for a fire evacuation at the time I was supposed to be speaking. In terms of today, firstly, appropriate to acknowledge that the concept of a community facilities plan makes absolute sense, and that's why every council in the country has one. And it is important to recognise the value of community facilities and bringing people together and making people feel that they have a special place that they can engage in sport, recreation, culture, any other activities that make them find enjoyment in being a Wellington resident. So tennis is certainly supportive of the plan, the inherent foundations and themes of the plan, and will certainly engage and encourage our clubs to engage in the various review processes that have been identified as listed in our submission that have some relevance to tennis, predominantly the various clubs. I guess this is also an appropriate opportunity to identify that while this is talking about community facilities, and often in terms of community facilities, a council process such as this recognises the facilities that are owned, operated by council. There are a number of sports, and tennis is one of them, that for many, many decades funded its own way as a sport, built its own facilities. Maybe it was seen as an upper class sport and it had the money. Unfortunately, those are no longer true of current circumstances. And I think it's appropriate at the same time that council is considering affordable sport for all, and the work that's been pushed by some sports to consider user fees that are charged to those sports for use of council facilities. The council also gives consideration to those sports that are providing their own facilities. They are critical to the overall council network of sports facilities, recreation facilities, and perhaps it is timely to look at those as well and identify whether there is means to support the ongoing availability of those facilities. I was going to, I guess, one extreme of the spectrum. If Wellington Tennis Inc. was to indicate that it was no longer in a position or no longer had volunteers to operate the Renouf Tennis Centre and was willing to hand it over to council and say, well, council, make this part of your community facilities network and operate it as such, would that be something council would want, or would council prefer to see it remain in the current hands of Wellington Tennis, continue to operate it as it has for many years, but council's providing annual financial assistance to make that possible. So I want to put that out there as something that needs to be considered moving forward by council. I would like to think it can be considered formally in the next few years as alongside the affordable sports work that's occurring, because as I indicate in the submission, with over $300,000 worth of user fees collected from people going into that facility annually, if you were to apply the 25-75% split as recognised in council's financial policy, that would suggest a $900,000 a year contribution from council would be appropriate. I don't agree that's necessarily appropriate, but it is worth considering in the context of equity across all sports that are operating in Wellington, and therefore I do challenge council to, I guess, look at the full range of sports facilities that are available in the network, and how is council supporting all of them on an equitable basis. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, any question? Good. I think it's loud and clear. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All good. Thank you.
Cool. Final. We finished the oral submissions. About 27 people who did oral submission today, including the two public participants in the morning. We really appreciate their time. We thank them. And now we're going to go to lunch break and come back for the afternoon meeting. And
do we need to move a motion on that? No. Well, then I think after lunch.
Yeah, we'll sort of after lunch. So, what time is it coming back? Yep, 1:30.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, back to the Kōrau Mātinitini Social, Cultural and Economic Committee. I just want to start by acknowledging the fantastic chairing by Chairman Abdurrahman this morning and for taking care of that. I understand everything ran pretty smoothly as well. Pretty, well, 100% smoothly. Yeah. Fantastic. So do we still have a recommendation to pass to receive the information for the accepting? Excellent. That is up on the screen. Mawaiti moitini I whakataka koutou. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Abdurrahman and Councillor Young will second. Cool. Is there any debate? No right of reply. And I nei ka pōtitia te mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Councillor Pannett. Cool. Ko mana, that is carried. Fantastic. That moves us along to 2.2, Dog Policy, Animal Bylaw and Domestic Animal Policy Review. For the approval to consult no mai haere mai Alice and Baz Kaufman, ki te hora ai te korero to come and introduce the report.
Afternoon, everyone. So just for clarification, I'll just do a very quick introduction to the paper, and then I'll hand over to Alice and Helen, who will be here to answer questions as well. So just by way of a quick introduction, what you've got in front of you is actually three separate parts of three different policies, if you like. So you've got the updated dog policy, you've got the domestic animal policy, and then of course you've got the bylaw that relates to those policies as well. So just in terms of background, in terms of why we did the review, during lockdown we had a substantial increase in terms of dogs in the city. So that was one of the reasons. We've got increased biodiversity in the city, so we're one of the few cities in the world where we've got increasing biodiversity, which is rare, and so there's increased importance on that. There's also conversations with the SPCA and other experts, and they also raised some technical concerns, but also more broadly some concerns around stray cats in the city as well that have an impact on biodiversity. And then we did a bit of a comparison against other bylaws across New Zealand, and what we looked at and saw was that we had some other areas that we could improve on when placed in context to other bylaws around New Zealand. So the first stage was a comprehensive pre-engagement exercise. We heard from close to 5,000 people, which is pretty rare to hear from that number of people. So obviously a lot of interest in anything relating to dogs and animals, so that was great. We also had substantial conversations with a variety of different organisations that specialise in animal care, and so that took quite a substantial period of time. But ultimately what that means that what's in front of you is based on the expert advice from staff within this organisation, the experts in the rest of the city and across New Zealand, as well as over 5,000 or close to 5,000 views from our Wellingtonians as well. So what you've got in here is a reliable indicator of community views. In terms of views themselves, a lot of interest in dogs. So what we saw was, close to 90% of people wanted a greater focus on making the city more dog friendly. So that was quite a strong sentiment that came through. And then, you kind of juxtapose that in terms of what they thought in terms of the services that were offered in the city, and a little bit lower. So, you look at parks in terms of that receives a rating. And, only 42% of dog parks received an overall rating of good or very good. In terms of cats, there was also very strong support for mandatory desexing. So we've talked about that before a number of years ago at committee. We didn't put it through in terms of the bylaw at that point in time. There was quite a bit of pushback at that point in time. But we went out and tested our views again. I think the sentiment has moved on. Other councils and jurisdictions have moved ahead of us in that space. And so it's good to see that that's in there, and also generally has good support. support as well. So in terms of main changes, you would have read the report, but obviously expanding off-leash provision, which is quite low in Wellington. Introducing destination community and local off-leash parks. Doing some tweaks to the responsible dog owner status to make it simpler and easier, but also have a greater focus on education. Introducing mandatory desexing. Cats, thank you, Nicola. And also introducing a cap of 4 beehives in residential areas and a number of other minor changes to the bylaw itself. In terms of funding, some of the proposals will require some level of funding. So when you look at dog parks off leash, there'll be some fencing requirements. Those kind of things can be looked at as part of the levels of service discussions in the LTP process. That's coming up in a month or two, so we'll consider that as part of that process there. That's really all I want to do in terms of an introduction. Have I missed anything?
No, Baz, thank you. That was great. Kia ora. Kia ora, thank you. I've got 2 people on the 3 now. I was just wondering, with councillors proposing a number of amendments that majority seem to be officer supported, would we like to take partai on those officer supported amendments at the same time as well? Because then we just do all the questions at once. Yeah, cool. Sweet as. I'll just get somebody to scroll through the amendments if we want to have a quick read of them. And I understand all are officer supported apart from number 7, the amendment from Councillor Young.
The Wishing Well.
The Wishing Well one, up on screen.
No, so we help with the drafting, but not officer supported for that one. Just that one, yeah.
Cool. So yeah. So just to summarise, we've got 1 from Councillor Randall, 3 from Councillor Young, 1 from Councillor McNulty, 1 from Deputy Mayor Foon. And I'd like to acknowledge, I'm pleased to see those councillors when we're looking at removing provision for a dog space. You've suggested another space, so that's helpful that we've consulted. Sweet as. All right. I'll let people have a bit of a read, but I've got Councillor Abdurrahman with the first partai.
Cool. I've got 2 questions. The first one is, how are you going to enforce the fine when we currently have an issue in the same area? And the second one is, I do understand the responsible dog owners. I'm not sure exactly what includes and how we define that. That means some dogs are very intimate, and when they see, they are friendly to everyone, and in some cultures that can be a bit of a challenge. And how are you going to address those things?
Thank you. Just do the first one. Is that the fine you're referring to, the $300 for the enforcement? So it's the how are we going to enforce the proposed $300 fine to carry a bag? Yeah, cool. So enforcement when it comes to dogs is actually a little bit different because we've got the Dog Control Act, which actually provides us as a legal authority the ability to provide infringements based on the Dog Control Act. So the introduction of a clause with a $300 level can be enforced through the dog control officers. So we've got 5 animal control officers in Wellington. They are warranted under the Dog Control Act, and they are trained, and they're allowed to give infringements. So how this could play out, essentially, the bylaw will be requiring people to carry a bag. If you are in a public place at the moment and your dog poos, it's quite tricky to enforce this. So if your dog leaves behind something, and it essentially has to be at the moment, sorry, I'm not explaining this. Essentially, you need to be able to see the issue. Sorry. You have to witness it, yeah. So essentially, at the moment, to catch a poop offender, and an animal control officer would need to be there to see them, or we need to rely on CCTV, things like that, which is quite tricky to enforce. So the proposal to carry a bag with you at all times when with your dog in a public place will essentially allow the same officers who currently have these roles to ask the public if they believe that their dog has left poo on the floor quite close by. They can ask them, hey, do you have a bag with you? If they don't have a bag, that would suggest they've got a lack of intent to pick up. As a step one, if our officers do see someone and they don't have a bag, they will first inform them of the bylaw, and they'll send them a reminder letter to say that actually you do need to carry a bag in a public place. That would always be the first step. If the same person commits the same offence, that's when it would go to an infringement.
I got a quick follow-up. Where it gets tricky is, imagine if a car is just driving through red lights, you know the registration number and you can report it, you can follow up. In this case, it will be very difficult and it's going to escalate into public policing and creating a bit of an issue between members of the public when they are saying, need to take this one, and even reporting going to be a challenge. Is there any well thought through on how to be enforced again?
So what we're doing is not new. So other jurisdictions do this. So my understanding is that Christchurch has moved to this approach, and the reason they've moved to this approach is that the existing approach in terms of actually having to witness an event is quite difficult in terms of enforcing, right? So they've gone to this approach which looks at intent, and we are going to take an educative approach. So it's not a penalty at that's not the lever that we pull on first. Obviously, we want to educate people, and obviously what we want to do is normalise people carrying the bags, which shows intent that they look after their dogs and the waste that the dogs leave. Yeah.
And as far as the interaction, so completely right. If it's a parking infringement, you've got the car there, you can rely on the registration number to be able to find the address of the person. So with these, this is a human interaction. This happens in person. We've got the trained officers there who deal with this for a number of different infringements. So it'd be a matter of them asking them what their address is. That would be on the record with our central register in the council, and that's how we'd be provided with their details. And as Baz said, we do this already for a number of different infringements relating to uncontrolled dogs, not carrying a lead, so this interactions happen anyway, but they are a little bit different to the parking.
And what our research shows also is what the community feedback is that dog waste in parks and on streets and sidewalks it's a peeve, right? People don't like it. It's unhygienic, and this is just one little lever that we've got to help people, remind people that they're responsible for their dogs.
Yeah. It seemed to be one of the biggest issues amongst dog owners and non-dog owners. I think the sentiment of dog owners was that it made them look like bad ones. If there's dog poo in the streets, it made them be tarnished with the same brush almost. Yeah.
Cool. Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for all your work and the cute photos. It's moved a long way since I did the first one. The waste bags, sorry, it might sound trivial, but that is a lot of single-use plastic. So I carry a backpack with toilet paper, a dirty toothbrush and water to clean up after my dogs, which I consider just a little bit better. I'm just wondering, because even the compostable bags, they're not, you can't just dump all of those in a compost.
Iona has captured the attention of everyone.
I do. I certainly do. Because I'm very considerate of, because I don't expect people to walk on my dog's mess. So the can I just sorry. This is a serious question because Deputy Mayor Foon and I are desperately trying to reduce waste. Whether we could encourage people to use toilet paper instead of a plastic bag.
Thank you. So actually, with the language we've used in the bylaw, it's a little bit different to the Christchurch bylaw clause that they've used. So the Christchurch bylaw says a poo bag. We've been quite intentional with a mechanism to clean up after. So that would include the toilet paper. So that's already been.
But you put bag in there, and
So maybe the actual bylaw says a mechanism to pick up.
sorry.
There might be examples as a bag. That's
Sorry.
the common one, but we've purposely used mechanisms.
So can you just, as a minor change, just make sure that's consistent throughout the policy too? Because okay.
Yeah, of course.
I just want to follow on from my colleague. As a rigorous dog walker, I never see a dog control officer unless it's Damien in the town belt who likes to. How are you going to check whether people have got a bag? This came up some years ago at council. The officers tried to put this proposal up. There's just no way that you're going to catch someone just near some dog poo and then say, have you got a bag?
Yeah, so there will be those human interactions, and it might be when they are on a patrol or they're in an area where they know there's a lot of complaints regarding dog poo being left. Sorry, is dog poo fine as poo? Yeah, not feces, is it? So if there's a common area that the animal control officers are aware of, that might be where the target patrols are, and that's why we might catch those. That will have those interactions to be able to give the infringement if it comes to it.
All right, next question. I did talk to Councillor Young about her number 9, because some officers will know that this has been a consistent request on my part about for particularly dogs who need a really good run, about just having access to, like, honestly, it comes up every time, to our open green spaces. Now, I saw your response around the biodiversity concerns, but I just wondered how you got to that particular area and how this is going to serve people in other parts of the city.
I can talk, and then maybe Paul might have something to add. So, as part of the whole review, we looked at the different trails that we could look to establish. We were looking into the skyline. We didn't go ahead with that with our shortlist after conversations with Capital Kiwi. We did look at the areas in the town belt, including Mount Victoria. Internally, there was concerns around the high recreational usage there, but the one that we've proposed today that we support for a formal consultation is the Mount Albert area. So that's less high use than the Mount Victoria. So I just think this could be a good tester. It's not the whole of the town belt, but it's an area that with PSR that we've identified as a potential. I don't know if you've got anything to add.
I think you've covered it pretty well, but I suppose in response to a councillor wanting to achieve something, we've put forward an area that we think it's worth engaging with the community over it. We haven't done any pre-engagement. There's a number of stakeholders around that part of the town belt, the zoo being one, hockey, a number of clubs, and there's also a community group that are quite active in that area at the moment. So I think we'll get some feedback, but it is, I suppose, an attempt by officers to, through the submission process, we got a number of submissions, as you said, seeking some areas that are tracks that people can walk their dogs off leash. So I actually have a dog. I walk in that area at the moment. There's quite a few dog owners who do walk in there at the moment. There's a reasonable number of trails. It's not really a popular area for biking. I think that's another good thing. So an area probably where there should be less conflict and reasonably well-defined boundaries, so there shouldn't be any confusion. Also a small fenced dog exercise area in that area as well. So it's really to test people's appetite to extend that area into being off leash.
Okay, so it's good to test.
Yep.
Last question.
We might just do cap it at 3 per person and then circle back if that's
you can
right.
circle back. Yep.
I'll add you back to the list. Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, 2 questions. First question is actually following on up from Councillor Abdurrahman, and that is whether or not people will be able to video occurrences and use that as evidence.
Oh my God.
Is this of dog-related offences?
Yes.
I understand the Animal Control Office team do already receive video and picture evidence. Helen, is that?
Yeah, we do, but it's very difficult to identify the individual unless, of course, the officers actually recognise the individual. So, you know, while it could be useful, it's not really if we don't know who we're looking at. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And the second thing is more general, because just in terms of our discussions, there's different types of dog areas. So could you just quickly explain the difference between a dog park and an off-the-leash area?
Yeah, this is probably good to start with. So when we say off-leash area, that is also what you would know as a dog park or a woof woof area. So essentially an off-leash area, so the ones that the 9 new that we've proposed, it's an area that where a dog is allowed to be off-leash and they won't be creating an offence. Yeah, they're not creating an offence to be off leash there. They're not at risk of having an infringement because you've got your dog off lead in a non-lead area. So essentially, there's a bit of a mixture in terminology. Off leash area, you might call it a dog park, you might call it a woof woof area. We use the word off leash areas throughout the consultation to try and turn away from the typical dog park, because some of the off-leash areas are mixed use. If you call it a dog park, that might suggest that it's only used exclusively for dogs, which isn't the case. There's a lot of areas that are shared by families, by different user groups who enjoy the fact that they can take their dog off leash at the same time. We've got 4 fully fenced dog exercise areas in Wellington. These might be also classed as the dog parks, you know, and seen more as dog parks because they're fenced. But all off-leash areas are essentially the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Fern.
Kia ora. I know that you've sent me an email with a couple of responses, but just for the sake of the table, that would be really good. So this is in relation to amendment number 5. So just to clarify, is there a national movement to regenerate dunes with native plants at the moment? Well,
Paul's coming.
Paul.
I'm not the coastal ecology.
ecologist.
I'm not the ecologist. But yes, that is my understanding that we want to restore our dunes with native species. There's a number of problems in some places with introduced species in terms of how the beach system works in a natural way. Yep.
great. Okay. And so then is the current dog off-leash area on the west side damaging to the native plant regeneration in the dunes?
Oh, look, we've had a really small but passionate group of community volunteers working in what is very much a remnant dune. You know, Island Bay Beach, like many of our beaches, is sadly highly modified. Yeah. You know, that is an important dune for protection of that part of the coast. So, yeah, having dogs probably defecate in the dunes is probably the thing that upsets that group the most. I'm not sure if they cause too much damage. I think most people are generally reasonably respectful of the dune areas. They are fenced off, but dogs certainly will go in there and do their business. So, yeah.
I think just to add with that, so we do know that the dog off-leash, currently the dunes are prohibited, but there is a off-leash area adjacent just for other people. Yeah, so if there is any off-leash activity that goes into the dune area, we would expect that to degrade the quality of the dunes. One thing that we aren't sure of yet is the impact of the off-leash activity degrading the dunes in comparison with other human activity, walking, trampling over, and weather events. So that's one thing that we don't know the exact extent.
Yeah, okay. And so then just the last question is, if we do, as recommended, thank you, to move to the east side, are we aware of any ecological value to that side of the beach?
Again, not the ecologist, but having lived in Island Bay for 20 odd years, look, a very highly modified environment. I think if you were wanting to protect any natural parts of the beach, there's not a lot of nature left there, sadly. You know, there's certainly, and from a marine perspective, there's that, I suppose, that interface between the ocean and the beach, that's important, but there's no remnant dune. We do get sand collecting in parts of the beach. You've got the old surf club building in the middle. I think, again, it's more competition by users. It's a very popular beach, particularly in the summer in the evenings. And so I think we've recommended having sort of alignment with how we would manage Oriental Bay in terms of the hours and times of the year that would be accessible. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add, we could also provide some a biodiversity implication if this amendment was moved, and if there was a proposal potentially to switch the off-leash areas, we can provide that in our final paper of a biodiversity. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Sharing Councillor Pannett's sentiments, my parents were particularly happy with the inclusion of 3 King Charles Cavaliers in the document, so I had to pass that on. I guess with regs, something I never really want to exercise is the power around dog hearings, and also putting on my hat as a dad to a young child. I do come away from this with the general observation that this feels like we're increasing risk around the city for dog attacks. Given this is the first of my exposure into this kind of area, I'm wondering if you can provide any stats or sort of reassurance around what is the prevalence of dog attacks and things like that around the city, and whether you see this having any increases in risk to the public?
I know.
So there definitely has been an increase in dog attacks, and that is going to be set out in our annual report, which is due before council next week. Increase in dog attacks is aligned to the massive spike that we've had in dog ownership. In terms of whether additional dog parks will create more opportunities for dogs to attack each other, it's more of a controlled environment, so we would suggest that maybe not. But it's something that's hard to predict, to be fair.
And on the second one, with this new, we're replacing the registered dog owner terminology with accredited dog owner licence. Around that being an exclusionary term, what was the basis to where that was to find that it was an exclusionary term? Like, what did you talk to dog owners and they felt that, or how did you come to the conclusion that registered dog owner was a term that had negative connotations?
I can answer that one. So the exclusionary aspect was totally new onto the radar following the early engagement. So we did a survey for the registered dog owners. We asked them if you're a registered dog owner, what you thought of the process, and if you're not a registered dog owner, how come? One of the key themes that came through was that this idea of why should I have to do a course to show that I'm a responsible dog owner? Aren't we all responsible dog owners anyway? That's what your policy says. So the same kind of comments like that from different people came through with this survey. So we're just taking that on board really and testing this as a new name and to see what people think. But it was new as part of this early engagement for the officers' radar. Yeah.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. I was going to ask something about the RDOs as well, but I think you've pretty much answered that. The second thing I want to ask is about continuing on with videoing a dog sort of doing his stuff, but when you can identify where they come from, would that be enough for the animal control people to drop them a line and say that, look, you've been continually, dropping stuff there? Because this happens in my neighbourhood, and I know who they are, and I've talked to them and I've given them bags, but they've just said, oh, this is what dogs do. So what can we actually get animal control to go and see them?
I can answer to that. I do actually have an ex-animal control officer in the back of the room with me. So anecdotally, when Kate has had to deal with this situation, the response that she will have received from the dog owner is, I'm sorry, I didn't have a bag with me. I'm definitely intending to pick it up on the way back. And that tends to put us on slightly dodgy ground in terms of sort of issuing an infringement.
That's good, but I've also offered them bags, and I've seen them do it, and I said, oh, have you got a bag? And I'll offer them a bag, and they might do it that time because they're standing there. But other times I just see them coming by and not doing anything, whether they've got a bag or not. They just keep ignoring it. And to be fair, the younger kids.
Perhaps, Councillor Chung, I know we've had a discussion on this. This would be an opportunity to educate your neighbours, but unfortunately we cannot take a resolution today to follow up that specific instance. But we can use this consultation as an opportunity to educate your neighbours, and that would be, we could give you some collateral to take around.
Okay.
Right, we've got quite a few people on the list. Councillor Young.
It's a very simple question. I think we're talking about making sure they have a bag with them, but I sometimes take my son's dog for a walk and he can use 1 or 2 bags. So someone could say to me, and I could say, well, I had a bag, but I've used it. Shouldn't we just tell people to take bags, like a roll of bags or something, rather than 1 bag? It seems high risk. I'm a tidy Kiwi. I'm not going to take a toothbrush or baby wipes.
I just don't close my nose.
But the dog's huge. Just
Team, we'll just try and hold order together because we've got a bit to get through. Alice, did you have a reply to that one?
Just with the wording of the bylaw, and we can look into that, but I think how it encompasses a waste mechanism to clean up after your dog, that is, if it goes once or twice or thrice, that is still covered through that clause. Yeah.
We've lost the deputy mayor again. She's gone. No, it's fine. It's really nice to be debating poo. Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, Alice, I did just go back to your wording. It does say 9.2 in the bylaw, fails to carry bags, and it is a plural, Councillor Young, so you're fine. Can we, given you don't seem allergic to my suggestion, are we able just to, an effective means to remove, is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was my understanding, so this might be a version thing, but yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's awesome. Now, the next thing, this is a big one, is around the cats. So, look, great that we're going to make it mandatory to do sex slow. It's just it is a no-brainer. And I was there when we did the microchipping. It was a very hot debate. What the next step is to keep them inside. And they probably need a national register. Is that something we would be comfortable with lobbying for? So cats are treated more like dogs are. Or is that going to be in 3 years' time?
It's perhaps out of scope for today's paper, but...
Well, no, it's just that we've gone to desexing. That is the next step to protect wildlife.
So I actually have the cat expert in the room as well.
Oh, great, great.
If I'll invite Kate to come up. So Kate is currently manages domestic and feral and stray cats in Wellington, so she knows everything there is to know about cats. So in answer to your question about mandatory keeping cats indoors, what would your response be?
There'd definitely be no way to enforce it for a start. So at the moment we're managing the stray cats and we're talking about responsible pet ownership. So it's more talking to the owners and messaging about keeping them indoors. So it's not something that we could enforce.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add as well, from my early engagement with some key organisations, including Forest and Bird, SPCA, New Zealand Vet Association, their number one priority was the desexing over other type of bylaw introductions. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Free.
Well, I'm just trying to speak up for some of the people who don't like dogs so much. If we did change the on-leash classification for trails in the Mount Albert area, how much signage would we have to put to let people know they may encounter an off-leash dog?
It would need to be located in whenever there would be a crossing, a trail crossing. So we don't know the number of that amendment was this morning's work. So we would be able to prepare that for the paper and what the implications of that. But it would need to be appropriate access areas so that if you entered from this side and this side, you would know the designation of the area.
And how much visibility would there be of the dog coming towards you?
I can probably talk a little bit about the area. Look, just off the top of the head, there's probably about up to a dozen entrance points from trails into that area. I think it is, as I said before, it's quite an easily defined area. The second part of your question, can you just ask that again, Sarah?
Like, how many blind corners are there where you might suddenly come across a bouncy dog?
Yeah, so the trails up there are generally quite wide. A lot of them would have been bulldozed trails originally. There is some new trail work that's been done in there in recent years to make it more accessible from a walking point of view, but generally quite a good line of sight in most places. Yeah.
The consultation. If for any site that is proposed through the consultation, they will all have the signs placed as well, so we'll be able to get a really good idea of the people's comfortability around any proposals.
Excellent. I have no other people that have put their hand up for a partai. Thank you, officers, and I believe we can move on to debate now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, councillors, this has been already such a joyous topic. I'm sure we all got into council to be really passionate about poo, and we've had loads of discussions about it today with the public conveniences discussed earlier. Growing up in the suburbs of Lyell Bay, I had a single mum, and we begged her for years to get a dog, where we've got a long line of dog trainers and dog agility trainers in our family, and we begged her. And one day we drove out to Otaki and picked up 2 young lambs. We were living just across the road in residential Lyell Bay. I lost the raffle for the lambs' names, and they were named Bob and Princess. Those 2 lambs were a great hit when they were young, but turned into a bit of a nuisance as they picked up dog behaviours and would be seen barring really loudly into the morning. The animal and dog policy here today talks to regulate everything from bees to dogs to sheep and goats and geese and quails, and this is something that has captured a lot of attention this week as well. We know that biodiversity is incredibly important to Wellington. We are really fortunate that we are one of the cities in the world where biodiversity is increasing rather than decreasing. We also know that there's been a significant increase in pet ownership since the COVID crisis. People are feeling more socially isolated and they want to have furry, friendly or fluffy friends. And our job as a regulator is to help work with pet owners and to make sure that the pet owners develop good behaviours and so do their pets. We also know that we are in a cost of living crisis, and this has meant that more people wish to be self-sufficient off the land, leading to an increase in people that want to have eggs because of the egg shortage and potentially have more honey in their backyards as well. I'm a registered apiarist and have just about, not to brag, a responsible pet apiarist and manage about 120,000 bees between myself, my dad and my brother. So I'm really keen to chuck this out to public consultation. I just wanted to touch on 2 of the other big changes. The first one is around mandatory desexing of cats. We know that when we introduce desexing to cats, this will significantly reduce hostile and predator behaviour, which is natural in the feline species. It reduces wild, unplanned pregnancies as well, and we don't want what our neighbour council had to endure in 2020 when, for Hutt City Council, where one single cat allegedly 2 years in a row completely decimated an entire population of the vulnerable banded dotterel colonies. Only one baby bird survived across 14 nests for 2 years in a row, and that damage was done by one cat. So while you care and love your animal, the council is here to support you. Lastly, just to touch on everyone's favourite common topic of local government, the serial pooper problem. Verbal education first, as addressed by our officers this morning, and then a lot of this is around based on a conversation about what we can do to approach responsible dogs, or rather accredited dog ownerships. It's been eloquently explained, but yeah, just to reiterate that instead of having to operate as if some sort of Liam Neeson taken "I will find you" character, we'll be hoping to have a more friendly and kind conversation with people to better educate the use and trying to prevent the unfortunate experience of stepping in poo. Righto. Ma waiti whakahounga e tautoko. Is there a seconder for the motion? I believe the Mayor, Tori Whānau, is going to second.
Kia ora koutou, very happy to second this paper. All for moving Wellington forward to becoming a dog-friendly city. Dogs are fast becoming family members to many of us, and if I can make the city a better place for my teddy, I would be a very happy mayor. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor, is there any further debate? Councillor Pannett.
And I have got that small amendment, hopefully.
Righto.
Sorry, Steph, have you got that? So I would maybe like to say that sometimes dogs and cats are better than people. So I agree with you, Mayor, that they are a very important part of our lives. So I'd like to thank officers. When I led the first dog policy, I took the word control out of the title. That's how it was kind of, we had to control these animals. And so we've moved to a much friendlier space. But in saying that, I recognise that some people are scared of dogs and do find them a bit disgusting, and they're a threat to our wildlife too. So there is a lot of responsibility in having a dog. Probably still some public education to go. Like people need to understand, like other people, you can't touch without consent. You actually have to check that with the dog and their guardian. It's okay to. There's some pretty interesting behaviour around that. So I'm really proud to support this. Look, I'm just moving this thing around the bags. I hope it's got officer support, but and I'm not joking, it is possible to do good clean-up after your dog with toilet paper and some water. So hopefully we can just have that conversation that we're desperately trying to stop the use of single-use plastics. This is, fossil fuels. This is not the ideal solution, and obviously better if they can go to the toilet at home so they're not enforcing making a mess in our streets. I do think the enforceability of the bag is a problem. I just don't see how it's going to be done, but look, I guess it's in there, and then it means that people can have that pointed out to them, that they've got to be more responsible. With the dog areas, thanks for the amendments. Just look, my experience is you've got to keep it really broad, because otherwise, if you want to make any changes post-consultation, you've got to go to consultation again. So I just hope that we've got these as right as possible. And I'd like to thank Councillor Young for her work around the town belt, because for some bigger dogs, they want to go far and fast and, having a bit of space. And just finally, the cats... Look, that was a really difficult discussion when we took to microchipping, because people did feel like they were their children.
Great name, though, chipping.
But no, I'm a total fan of microchipping, because essentially for me that's a protective measure. It protects our loved pets. So, and the de-sexing will be absolutely brilliant. I do think we need to keep having that conversation. Dogs are restrained. Cats need to be as well, because they are very, very effective predators. So obviously there has been a change in attitude over the years, which is really positive. So hopefully, my ideal is that we are able to live in harmony with nature and our animal species, and hopefully this policy is just taking us a bit forward. Would someone just second my tiny little amendment, which I understand? Oh, no, you're moving one. Thank you very much. You're moving one.
Oh, look, we may be able to make it as a part of delegation for an editorial change, if you're comfortable with that.
I would just like it on the record. Councillor Chung said he'll...
Cool. I mean, we're happy to do...
Just as I just like it part of the minutes.
Leave the meeting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
With the leave of the meeting, would we all be comfortable to just specify that you can bring a toothbrush as well?
No, just...
An effective means of dog excrement removal. Fantastic. Iona, just chucked up on the screen. Does that suit your needs?
Yeah, that's right.
Fantastic. Cool. Alrighty. Just a point of process. So we have incorporated all the officer-supported amendments into the paper, but the amendment point number 7 from Councillor Young is not supported. So would you like to move that as an amendment? Yeah, cool beans. If you'll need another seconder, but I'm sure it will be fine. Cool, thank you. I've got Councillor Chung next, and then you.
Great, thanks very much. I guess it's a little bit in response to Councillor Pennett's comments. I think that it's up to the individual to actually decide, how to sort of pick up their dog's poo. I use newspaper bags, but I've noticed other people walking around the neighbourhood, and I know you probably won't approve of this, but they actually pick it up with their hands and they say, well, that's fine. I can go home and wash my hands afterwards, even though I offer them a newspaper bag. But what I've done is that I've gone around the neighbourhood with people who get the newspaper delivered and ask them what they do with their bags, and if they don't have any use for them, I ask for them. And so
the plastic bags. The
plastic bags, and so I have a huge stock of these from around the neighbourhood because they're not going to use them for anything else because they're too small for rubbish. And I agree with you about microchipping the cats, but possibly for a different reason, because I notice on Neighbourly and on the community websites that there's an awful lot of people who lose their cats. And so when people ask, are they microchipped, and a lot of them aren't. And so I think that it would be good, for that reason alone, for people to get be reunited with their lost cats if they're found. Regarding keeping them inside indoors, I sort of agree with that, but I'm not sure whether we can impose these on people who don't want to. I have a cat as well as my dogs, and my cat is an indoor cat. But I keep him indoors because he just gets into fights with other cats. But I think that to come out and impose a directive on cat owners is actually quite difficult. I think that some of the things that we're looking at, looking after cats and keeping the city clean, I don't think we go as far. I think we could actually go further. And I look at other countries like Hong Kong, for example, where it's actually a law to actually squirt water over where your dog pees. And so I saw that and I thought that was great, and I wouldn't mind seeing it here because, sometimes that's just as bad as pooping in places. So, but I also have a great sympathy for dog and cat owners, and so really happy to discuss all these situations further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chung. Councillor Young. Yes.
So, a couple of things. First of all, one of the highlights of my week has been ringing Iona Pannett to tell her about my amendments. I thought she wouldn't stop laughing. And some of you will know that I have had a very overt dislike of dogs. And it goes back to the fact that my children were extremely allergic to them, and their eyes would blow up like whipped egg whites when they went near a dog. My son wanted a dog, and we discovered there were hypoallergenic dogs, and that was the game changer. So now I have become very conscious of what it's like to own a dog, because I think I get this dog to look after far too often. But not long ago, before I was on council, and it might have been when Councillor Pannett was on council, dogs weren't even allowed in the CBD, even on leashes. And I lobbied the then mayor on behalf of a number of Wellingtonians because people living in apartments couldn't even take their dogs outside the front door. So we have come a long way, although my siblings would like to go back to those days. Now, the reason I have this amendment is I was contacted actually at a residents' meeting last year by Dame Margaret Beasley, about her concern. She was formerly the Director of Nursing for the Department of Health. She was very concerned about this particular lawn area in Oriental Bay on either side of the Wishing Well, because it's a very small, almost flat, grassy area where people love taking young children because they can crawl on the grass, unlike the sand. And she was concerned that dogs were on it and they were using it. They were leaving their waste on it. And even if people remove the waste, it still does leave a residue because not everyone everyone takes a toothbrush to scrub the grass. So her suggestion was that it actually should be prohibited. The officer said there is a problem around which areas you prohibit dogs, which is why we've pinned it to the wishing well, because there's a technical reason which is quite beyond me as to why that makes it acceptable. It's a very small area, but I just think that we should, even though dogs are fabulous, I do think that our children's health should come first, and they can pick up, small children are very vulnerable to illnesses, and they can pick up some pretty horrible things from dogs' waste. So that is why I am proposing this amendment. And that's all I want to say. Apart from that, I support the rest of the paper. I think it's great.
Councillor McNulty?
I just think it's common sense. I've actually used that Wishing Well lawn area with Jack for exactly those reasons as a play area, and I think it's just one of those things that a constituent ward councillor has identified as a specific need in the ward, so happy to second this.
Ooh. All right, we might just grab not a million more questions, but if officers could just clarify their advice on this amendment, would that be okay?
Hello again. So our advice on this amendment, essentially we've got limited prohibited areas in Wellington at the moment. Those are reserved for areas with children's playground equipment, artificial sports fields, or areas of high ecological significance. We did not think that this particular area matched those conditions, and it might set a bit of an odd precedent if we was to prohibit dogs from the area by the Wishing Well. We also note that the area of Freiburg Beach is completely prohibited to dogs, very, very close by, and that provides an area where is a dog-free experience where people can picnic and so on. Was there any other? I think those were our main concerns, mainly around the odd precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Councillors, is there any debate on this amendment? Not the substantive. Thank you, Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to speak in support of this and just remind everybody that this is really the proposed plan that's to go out to public consultation. So I think, we've got the feedback. I think that the local councillors put a good case, even though it may not meet the criteria of the officers. I think it is important to take account of this local feedback and note that we're not deciding whether it is or is not to be a dog area. What we're deciding is this is what we're going to put before the public and let them have feedback on whether or not it is or is not to be a dog area. There's certainly nothing to say that local dog owners who wish this area to be such an area, they can submit, and we will consider all of those submissions. But I just think we want to get the proposal as straight and as aligned to the community as possible. I've got my own amendment from Granada Village along exactly the same lines. We've amended the space to make sure that the local community does have some dog and some non-dog areas that's appropriate to that area. So I support this amendment, and I hope you will too.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Whānau.
I'm also supporting this amendment. So I'm near that neighbourhood. I walk Teddy down there constantly, several times a week, and that particular grassy patch is used primarily for lying down, children picnicking, and I see it as like an extension of the beach area that's also restricted. So, and I genuinely think this wouldn't be a bad impact for the community at all. I think they'd appreciate it. And look, I think my dog is the Prince of Wellington and he should go everywhere, but even I agree that some spots should be off limits. So if I can get on board, I think others can too.
Thank you, Mayor Whānau. Councillors, any further debate on this amendment? No? Fantastic. E nainei ka potitia te... Oh, wait. Right of reply, Councillor Young.
I don't need to do a right of reply. It's all pretty self-explanatory. Let the people speak.
Fantastic. Let the dogs bark. Yeah. E nainei ka potitia te motini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. Division, please. Just the amendment. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Senseless decision making. Righto, we are rolling back to the debate on the substantive. I had Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah. Kia ora tātou and congratulations, Councillor Young. Very good. Yes, facts you didn't know about me. I'm on to my third dog. I was probably one of the OGs who did roam the city with my first dog, Hayley, R.I.P. Original gangster. She went everywhere to the market, and people even knew what pub I was outside of because she would sit there waiting diligently until 3 a.m. Anyway, I also owned a goat, but that's another story we don't have time for. What I would like to talk about today is Amendment number 5. And yeah, just to thank you for your support on this in advance and thank the officers as well. But the scenario is sub-satisfactory. We've got a dog off-leash area next to a regenerating dune, which is fenced but with a pretty flimsy fence, and so there's always a bit of conflict around for owners naturally because dogs don't see the fences like that. So obviously, dune restoration is happening all over the country, and we're also saying that to strengthen our coastlines around the big storm surges that we should regenerate our dunes. So there's a bit of a competing a situation here, and also the regeneration group has lost its motivation due to finding poo, dare I bring it up again, in the dunes and that constant navigation. So I really thank officers for helping find another solution. As we heard yesterday, Island Bay is really short of other places to be able to actually go and have a dog off-leash area. So this is just taking it out to the community to see how they would respond to using the east side of Island Bay Beach. And I can say that during this discussion, I've seen just researching a bit of shots I've never seen, but sand dunes 30 feet high in Lyell Bay is what that used to look like, and a picture of a massive sand dune on Island Bay. So as Mr. Andrews said, this is a highly modified environment now. So yes, appreciate the support on this, and once again, thank you, Councillor Randall, for reminding us this is just to go out to community, get some discussion around it, and then we can go from there. So thank you.
Fantastic. I have no others on the speaking list. Oh, Councillor Calvert.
I'm going to support this going out for consultation, but I think as Councillor Pannett said, she's been involved in this before, and I recall 6 years ago, sort of as a new councillor, this coming before us, and excuse the pun, but I feel like this is Groundhog Day, because I just have to wonder, the amount of work that's gone into this already, and for a policy that doesn't seem to have lasted more than 6 years, I do have to wonder, are we prioritising our work well enough? And, whether, another pun, are we making a mountain out of a poo bag? With all of this, sorry, you all started me off. I wasn't going to. And I find it quite interesting how we worry about the dogs in the way, and we worry about the cats and how terrible cats are at times. But I have to say, I've seen a lot more damage to our environment and to our city caused by humans. And sometimes I wonder whether we should be as zealous with humans as we are with animals. We seem to have a different expectation sometimes. So obviously it's got to go out to consultation, but I think overall we just really need to look at us. Have we got a mechanism where we need to make some changes to some of our policies and bylaws? Is there an easier way to do it rather than a whole review 6 years after the last one? And it may have been a slightly different policy, I don't know, but all I know is I remember talking about dogs and cats and bees and stuff like that. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yes, thank you to everyone who's done this great work. It's good work. But I do want to take one of them separately because I won't be supporting it, and it's the one about moving from on-leash to restricted or whatever it was on Mount Albert. I think we hear a lot from people who enjoy walking, that they really do enjoy walking in an environment where they don't have to look out for bicycles and they don't have to look out for other obstacles and scooters and all the things that actually are in the way of people enjoying a really unstressful walk. And the officers have recommended on leash, which I think is fair enough, but I think off leash is a different story, especially on a track where you can enter and exit at multiple points and where the dogs could actually easily wander off the path as well. So personally, I have been bitten by a dog. It hasn't stopped me loving dogs that I know, but it has made me really nervous around dogs I don't know. And I don't think that will ever go away because I was quite savagely attacked by this dog. So I know other people do feel fearful about dogs and small children do as well. So I won't be supporting moving it from on leash to the other option, and I'd like to take it separately.
We can do that. Deputy Mayor Finn.
Kia ora. And thank you, Councillor Free. I really acknowledge that situation you've been in. I've got to say that this is my most dearly loved walk, and it's probably kept me living where I live, and I'm in such gratitude for it. And I take my dog up there daily, pretty much, and 90% of people also have their dogs up there, so that's why I'm supporting this, because I think it would be a prime area for having an off-leash, in my opinion.
Kia ora, thank you. What did that mean? Okay, cool. I got a mixed signal. Right, with no other people on the speaking list, I just wanted to quickly address a few things in my right of reply. The first one is to massively thank all of our dog control, animal control officers, Alice in particular. The feedback that I get in the community is how amazing and attentive all of these officers are. I've sat through some pretty scary hearings at regs when things go wrong, and it's really clear how close our officers are with organising in the community around good pet behaviour. And in particular to Alice, who's done a fantastic job and got like 5,000 almost respondents to pre-engagement, which is pretty unheard of in a lot of cases. Lastly, just to respond to Councillor Calvert's point around why is it important business for council to be considering at the moment. It's important because we have Titi Pounamu nesting outside of Zealandia for the first time. It's important because we've introduced rare kiwi into the hills of Kōrau. We're chasing down the last rat. We've seen a 39% increase in dog ownership since the policy was last reviewed. We know we're expecting thousands and thousands of more people to move into Wellington, and it's important that we set aside good provision for spaces that can support dog ownership in spaces where no dogs are allowed, and other regulations are from poultry and the like. So with that, I will now put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
Yeah, with the separate one.
Let's vote on the point that Sarah Free would like to take separately first.
Which is towards the bottom. Oh, and yeah.
Number 9.
Yeah, thank you.
Ko mana, that has carried. We will move to the substantive motion on the rest of the resolutions. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Fantastic. Kia ora. Thank you, officers in particular, and thanks everyone for a very lively and uplifting debate. And question time. It was very funny. It's nice to laugh. Cool beans. We are now moving on to item number 2.3, the commemorative policy review. No mai, Baz, and Shu to ki te hora e te korero come and introduce the report.
Well, as you all know, we've got lots of services that we deliver to our community. I think there's 400 different services as of last count. And all of those kind of services are supported in some way or form by a policy, a bylaw, a strategy, or some form of guidelines, right? And from time to time, they need to be updated. And that's the position that we're currently in terms of the memorial policy, which dates back to 2006. In essence, it's an operational type policy. It looks at and guides, it provides a framework in essence to guide decisions around location, how the memorials are looked after, and in essence how we deal with public requests. Largely what we're talking about here is memorial trees, the planting of those, furniture such as seats in key locations, and plaques. So that's largely what we're talking about here. So the main issues that we currently got and dealing with in terms of why we need to update the policy is there's capacity issues, particularly in key parts of the city. South Coast has reached capacity and it's looking a little bit cluttered in places. There's also old language in the bylaw, so we still refer to old legislation. In the policy, we still refer to the reserves bylaw, for instance, which is old. And the objectives and the scope and the principles, in essence, are a little bit out of date as well. So those are the kind of the key drivers in terms of why we're looking at it. The main changes that we're looking to make is to clarify the scope of the policy, so we have better definitions about things. So the focus will be on trees, furniture, plaques and memorials, and it doesn't refer to ash scattering and interment, which is something that the old policy did do, signage, display panels and banners and public artwork. So just having a bit better definition in terms of what's included and what is not. Removing the scattering of ash and placenta interments in public places. So, where we're at now is that culturally that can be insensitive to certain communities, and as a consequence, we're looking to remove that from the policy and, in essence, look to have that activity taking place in cemeteries where it's better placed to be undertaken. At the moment, there's no real guiding principles to the policy, so we're looking to introduce some of those. That'll just help with the decision making as well. And what we're proposing to do is just align it very much with the open space and recreation strategy principles that are already in play. A lot of the requests that we get are reasonably simple and operational, can be taken care of by the staff within Parks and Gardens, but from time to time there are more complex requests that need to be considered. In those instances, what we're planning to do, what we're proposing to do, is refer it to a panel. So in essence, establish a panel made up of some staff, but also some external experts as well as mana whenua that can then help guide us in terms of the decisions that need to be made in that space. Those are the main changes. There is, of course, a couple of other minor small tidy-ups that we're doing as well, but it's an operational policy, and the changes that I've articulated is the thrust of the policy. Happy to take questions.
Cool. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for these officers. And my question would be, when we born, we know it's hospital, and when we die, we go one way or another, church or mosque and those kind of stuff. So this consultation going to go out and consulting those places so they can have input, or just it's going to be similar consultation like any other thing you just put out there where people will be coming online or just putting into it? Or do we have a different approach because this is a different from the rest of the things? Personally, that's what I feel.
Councillor, at the moment, targeted consultation will be conducted with like the Indian committee, and because that's the only known ethnic community who practice the scattering of ashes. But we also engage with the mana whenua through our internal teams.
So it'll be a mixture of broad engagement, but we will target certain sectors. So we're definitely going to have a conversation with mana whenua that's already lined up, but there'll be some sectors that we'll have specific conversations with. If there are particular ethnic communities that you think we need to go and pay particular attention to, we're happy to be guided in that.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. I've been approached by a family, a long family of seafarers, and they told me that they scattered the ashes of their grandparents in the harbour, and want to know if they can continue on when their father sort of also passed away, and they're planning to do the same thing. And so, is this actually currently an allowable activity, or what are the changes going to be? Like, I don't know if they've ever actually applied for permission to do this, but this goes back to the 1800s. Thank you.
I have to say, under the current policy, and scattering ashes are limited to, supposed to be in 2 parks. Is specified in the current policy.
But it'd be also fair to say that actually, while there is a requirement to approach council and ask for that kind of permission, a lot of people don't. So, so that's just worth noting as well. But what we want to normalise is that the scattering of ashes and other remains is taken care of in cemetery environment rather than in public places which are there for the enjoyment of everyone. So there'll be some cultures that, particularly around waterways where it's tapu, there are significant issues and concerns.
Okay, the scattering of ashes in the harbour, this family has actually asked me if I would like to go out and witness this on the boat, and I said I don't really like boats and I don't like the water, and so unlikely. But if I did participate in this, is that an illegal activity?
First of all, I think we need to clarify if the place, is under the council's jurisdiction. The harbour, is it within the?
So our jurisdiction ends at the mean high water tide mark.
So
our policy can only apply to our jurisdiction, and our jurisdiction applies to the mean water high tide mark up until that point.
So
regulated by Greater Wellington.
So if you're talking about the harbour, that is Greater Wellington regional jurisdiction.
Oh, I see. Okay, thanks.
Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, team. When I was reading the paper, I saw that around the ashes, you said, well, people don't ask us and just go ahead and essentially do it anyway. So I kind of wonder if formally banning it is going to have any practical impact on that behaviour if they're already not thinking council is a part of the consideration.
So we're not formally banning it. So at the moment it's provided for within policy, and we're looking to remove it, which is what most other councils and other jurisdictions do, right? So there's very few other councils that write it into their commemorative policy. So the policy in essence will be silent on it. What we do want to do is have some guidelines available on our website that articulates what we want to see happen, and that would be to have the scattering of ashes in cemetery environment rather than in public places.
Okay. Councillor Free.
I actually, having had my parents pass away relatively recently, like in the last 4 years, both of them, it's actually a real problem. Like, you have these ashes, what are you actually going to do with them? I mean, I've known people who still have them years afterwards in their houses because they actually don't know what to do with them.
It outlays in the paper, sorry to interrupt, but that's managed under the Cemeteries Management Plan, so there's still a space for it.
But I think that you can, I think it's actually a very real problem that we need to be thinking about a lot more, because, some of you can't scatter them up at the, the Kōrau cemetery anymore because it's too full. And I think it's actually a problem we shouldn't be so silent on. We should be definitely thinking about it and what is acceptable and what isn't. But anyway, I've got some questions. The policy around commemorative furniture and plaques, you're suggesting it's a 20-year arrangement. Does that apply to the existing furniture and plaques?
This is difficult because our recording and is limited, and so mostly we are looking forward and to the regulation, but normally the bylaw will not have a retrospective effect. Yeah.
I love the suggestion of contributing to public projects instead of maybe just the seats and the plaques. How are you thinking you're going to do that? Or is that something you're looking to have feedback through this policy? I mean, is it possible to actually ask a question? Do the public have ideas?
It's something that we hope to uncover a little bit more in terms of the consultation process, but yes, it is something we're looking for feedback on.
And then just, I know there was some discussion amongst colleagues about the number of plaques that you could have on a commemorative item like a seat. Is this policy silent on that now, or is it going to? Is there any change? What's the thinking about the number of plaques you can have on a seat, for example?
You mean on each seat?
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a show from the crowd too.
Yes.
Yep.
2. Oh, okay. Right. Thanks. And that's going to, is that the current situation, or is that going to be what's recommended?
Same.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Righto. There are no further people with their list down for Pātai. And we are going to move on to debate. Councillor Wineta was going to move this policy, but has really unfortunate timing just by a minute. So I'm really happy to move this paper here today. I understand that we have 2 amendments that are both officer supported. We have the red and green ones come from Councillor Wineta, and we have another one here from Councillor Iona Pennant, and I just... Oh, I see. Yes, that makes more sense. Righto. Just to kind of wrap up, that Council understands that the experiences of death will always be very varied and personal, and that it's important that we keep our public places sensitive to other people's cultures and views. And I am excited to, having just gone through the Cemeteries Management Plan last term, to delve into another area of commemoration and grief. With that, would anybody like to second this paper? Councillor Matthews? Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Matthews, would you like to speak?
Do you want me to speak before Nico comes back to fill the time?
He unfortunately had to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no, I don't need to speak.
No, you're all right. We just finished questions. Oh, righto. Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's fine. All right. Apologies, officers. Would we be able to ask a quick question or two on the officer-supported amendments?
Oh, yeah. So without meaning to raise any big debates, I just was curious what the councillor meant by post-colonial heritage. Yeah. So was the colonised history not the post? Yeah. Well, that means like the government buildings. Is that kaput? Because that is definitely colonial heritage. Yeah. So just. Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand, is it part like 1920 onwards? Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to understand what it means. Oh, okay, fine.
Another possible word, perhaps post-treaty settlement, post-treaty, sorry.
Everything.
Yep.
Everything.
Holden, or we'll just get people to use their mics if we can, even though I know we're asking a question of officer, but it is a helpful point to make. Councillor Randall, then Councillor Chung. Councillor Randall first.
So my question is a wee bit similar, because it talks about both Indigenous and post-colonial heritage of Wellington. Does that cover all of the history of Wellington, or is there some pre-colonial, non-Indigenous?
I think the intent from Councillor Wienera is to ensure that both cultures are reflected, and perhaps he's not here to be able to answer the question, because in essence the question that you have is really for him, but my understanding of it is it's supposed to reflect both cultures. The other terminology that you could possibly look at is post-treaty signing. That might be another way to look at it, but I'm in the committee's hands in this space.
Yeah, I'm just asking because officers support it, so obviously I just want to understand that what your understanding of this is.
My reading of that post-colonial means post-treaty signing.
Councillor Chung.
I find all this very confusing and open to interpretation. So would it not mean the same thing, or would it not be the same thing if we actually didn't have those green words and just said it tells the history, it tells about the history, whatever history, geography? Because isn't that inclusive to anything? So it's up to whatever people want to say to actually say it, so they can say whatever era it comes from. I just think it's very limiting when you have words to say specifically what things are.
So I think what we've got is we don't have a subtraction of words. I think we've got an addition of words for the most part. And so while we were happy with the way we obviously constructed the principles and the meanings behind them, Wienera has added additional words to reflect mana whenua perspective, and by and large, he had a whole range of them. These are the ones that we broadly support or find, we're neutral about them or are supportive of them. There was a range of other ones where we thought they weren't necessarily appropriate, and in a conversation with Wienera, we've agreed not to have those moved, but the ones that you see in front of you, we think are fit for purpose for the policy, so therefore we're supportive of it.
Yep.
Not speaking for Councillor either, because I haven't had that conversation in depth with him, but my brief conversation with him earlier today around this was around the fact that when we look at heritage and when we look at those kinds of history and geography in general, we seem to, and this is a stereotype of the world generally, we seem to forget sometimes the mana whenua and the Māori history in particular in those spaces. If we talk about heritage in the modern day, we're looking at things like buildings, and from a Māori point of view, that might not be just a building, it might be a particular piece of land or something like that, or a waterway and things like that. So his desire is to ensure that from a holistic point of view here, we're including the wider view of what these things are in terms of history and geography and heritage in Wellington. So that's what I understand is his point of putting in Indigenous, and therefore also our shared history afterwards.
Grant. Okay, last part.
Okay, but wouldn't that be inclusive and up to the people doing that plaque at the time, so that we have all this history, wherever it comes from, we have this history and we're going to put this down? I don't think being too prescriptive and saying that we must do this or we must do that as well, because you're going to come up with a situation where someone is going to say, oh, do I have to do all of these, or do I have to do both those? So I think that it's better to say you can put whatever you think the history is.
Councillor,
on
that might be better suited for debate if it's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And with no further people on the party list, we can move on to debate. Councillor Chung, did you want to continue your point? We can just roll on.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No. Got you first, Councillor.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Yes. I just find there are so many, I come across so many different people from so many different areas, so many different countries, and have all these different cultures, and they say that, well, this is what we believe. I find particularly the Tamils, the Indians, in fact, I thought that Tamils were Indians, but they actually think that they're quite different, and same with the Sri Lankans, and so they all have different customs and different ways of doing things that I don't like too many strict rules about these things must be done, because everyone has a different way of doing things, and I think that if you have it more flexible, then the people can choose what they want to say and what they think is important at the time. And I don't think that, we're not restricting anyone from saying what they like, but on the other hand, I don't think that we should be specifying these things too strictly. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
I was going to ask a question, but just in looking at this, I've noticed something which is about the commemorative panel, which is point 18 actually, which says that the panel will make decisions on consensus and its decisions are final. I'm just a bit uncomfortable with having no right of appeal to, for example, council. But, I appreciate there's a fair bit of work gone into this, and while I'm sympathetic to Councillor Chung's point of view that the original officers was a little bit less prescriptive, which gave a little more flexibility, I can also see the officers support these amendments, and so not having looked into any depth, I think we need to try and get this going in terms of its improvements. Thanks.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think that there is a genuine attempt in these policies and the way we commemorate to take into consideration different cultures, different religions, but also what the amendments that are in the substantive as brought by Councillor Wineta is to make explicit those commitments that our council has made and our obligations under Te Tiriti and our particular with regards to our mana whenua partners through Takaihere. So I just kind of note that this is that we can do some further work on this words after consultation, that it's good to kind of take those on board. I think they make explicit what was really the intent behind the policy anyway, so I'm very comfortable to support them, and I would urge you all to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant, then Pauiu Hohaia.
Actually, do you want to go first, Holden?
Kia ora tātou. I also support the amendments from Councillor Wineta. I think to Karepa's point, it's really just making explicit that there is an Indigenous pre-1840 narrative that we're trying to surface, as well as recognising post-1840 history. So I'll be supporting the amendments.
That's incredibly generous of you. I actually I found the paper kind of interesting because I think it could have actually been pushed further to recognise the Indigenous history. So it was just, that's interesting. So I think these amendments are very helpful. And given I've been trained in history, my views are reasonably complex. I think actually we need to do a much better job of telling critical history. So the old government buildings, for example, need some good commentary there. It's not good enough, actually, what's been done there. And even in our housing areas, you have to acknowledge the harm and things that have gone wrong, and that's part of the healing process. So I think we can do heaps better. So I think it'll be good through consultation just to see if there's anything else we can add to this. But I think that's great. And history is about being accurate as well. History is everything. So you can't just take some bits out because it's not convenient. So this is absolutely right.
Councillor Young.
So history is not always accurate. It's usually written by the winners, as we know. I would just like to implore people to be mindful of their language. I was distressed to see in the Q&A a reference to dead colonizer people. Those are my ancestors, and they helped build the city that we are all enjoying now. And just as I would not make any remarks like that about other ethnicities, I don't expect to have it made by people who came here and built the city.
Righto. Oh, apologies. Councillor Free.
Yeah, it's not often that Nicola and I agree. No, I don't think I'd put it quite in the same way, but to me, colonial is almost becoming a bit of a dirty word. It's sort of like, I would prefer post-treaty. I think that post-colonial has got I'm going to say it, it's got kind of like a little bit of a negative connotation, and it's not helpful when we're trying to build a shared understanding going forward. I do definitely prefer post-treaty because that's emphasising the binding document that actually, which we are now starting to honour in a much fuller way, and I admit that it hasn't, we all know it hasn't been as fully embraced and to the extent that it should have been, but I kind of would like us to move a little bit. I would have really almost like to ask by the leave of the meeting we could make it post-treaty rather than post-colonial. That's right, but look, I'm not going to die in a ditch over it. But I understand where Nicola's coming from, because my people, I don't have any other right to be in any other country but New Zealand. This is fifth generation. Both sides of my family go back a long way, and my children don't live anywhere else. And I know some people who have multiple passports. I can only stand in this country, and to have my ancestry and the contribution that my ancestors tried to make when they came here, I think I've got to start sort of fighting my corner a little bit. Like Nicola said, rightly or wrongly, they came here, not completely. They came here. We're here. I don't know, we're going forward somehow better, but yeah.
Righto. I'll just remind councillors we are edging towards the time where a few of you have said you may need to leave early. If we wanted to keep rolling on with debate, I'd encourage shorter speeches, or maybe we don't need to speak. But I've got Councillor Paul, then Councillor Chung.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say that I don't think anything in here in this, in the amendments in front of us is dishonouring any of your ancestors. All it's saying is, even the inclusion of the word shared means, inclusive of everybody, and it's just asking that there's an acknowledgement that there are different types of heritage in Wellington, like Councillor Pennant said. So I don't think anything in here is to say that no one is grateful for what anybody's ancestors has done. It's just saying that we should recognise them in their discrete categories. But then the inclusion of the word shared shows that there is enough space for everybody's heritage to be honoured. And Councillor Free, you talked about, this is your home and you only can stand here. And that's because of Te Tiriti o Waitangi that was signed between the Crown and Māori. So, yeah, but the use of the term post-colonial is important, because we have to ask ourselves, whose heritage are we talking about? And that is an important conversation to have. But honestly, I'm looking at this. This is not a threatening list of suggestions here, and I think we can all just move on and agree to them. Thanks.
We have Councillor Ray Chung, and then we're gonna roll on to a vote. Wait. Sorry, can I just confirm understanding orders? If a member has spoken previously, they can speak again at committee. Yeah, right.
Yep. Yeah, just thank you. Just quickly, I used to live in Cape Town, and I was really uncomfortable with the environment between the different groups of people and the arguing about the history and what belonged to who and how we came. And so I really don't want to see this sort of thing in New Zealand, and so that's why I prefer having words that are inclusive and include everyone. So no matter where they are. I mean, I've never actually come across so many different ethnicities in New Zealand, as in Wellington, as I have in this year. So, and I find it very hard to reconcile the different customs and different things that people think that they want. So I still go back to wanting words that just say that, look, we're inclusive of everyone. Thank you.
I'll just briefly take my right of reply to acknowledge the mahi that's been done around tūpiki order, our Māori strategy and takahere, our agreement with mana whenua, and that we've put a lot of work into trying to, at the moment, we're at a journey about decolonising our open spaces, and Te Whaioranga addresses that, and I'm excited to take this out to consultation. I'll be supporting the amendments here today because I think it tells it how it is, and we need to start from a place of being really open and honest about that if we are to move forward. So I'm going to put, this is the substantive motion. I'm going to ask if anyone would like to take any of the A, B or C separately. Would people like to take any of those separately? Righto, so I'm still hearing take two separately. I just need to speak now, or I'll open the vote. Righto, all right, I'll just put the full motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana that has carried. We'll just take a the thing Iona always asks for, division. The Iona Panet standing order. Nah, righto. Right, thank you, councillors. We are going to move along to item 2.4, Public Places Bylaw 2022, Freedom Camping Update. I would just like to signal to the committee that if we get to 3:30, we will have to pass a motion to extend the meeting under standing orders. So I will encourage people to take the paper as read. Please be strategic and reserved about your partai and debate. Councillors, are there any questions? And of course, know my Baz and Shu to come and introduce the report. Thank you. I'll go to officers first to introduce the report, and then.
Yeah, look, in the interest of time, I will keep it very, very short. But there has been nationally some significant challenges in terms of freedom camping. So central government made some changes in terms of the laws in that space. We have a bylaw in terms of freedom camping, and the two can't be inconsistent, right? So that's in essence why the update was done. So the key changes are to reflect the national rule, to ensure that the 4-day restriction that we've currently got on the designated spaces also applies outside. There's definitions in terms of freedom camping and what self-contained means. The one thing that we need to note is that the legislation does provide for the fact that the legislation does not apply to homeless people, and so there has been an amendment proposed by Iona in terms of reflecting that in the bylaw. It's not a requirement because it's already in legislation, but we're happy as officers for that to be included, and I think there is an amendment in that space.
Councillor Panet.
Sorry, so I have written something up. I thought we just sort of left it. It was sort of just going to be changed. So if I put what I did.
So it's just up on screen, right? Changing what it was.
I just wanted to be clear. It was homeless people, so we're not just talking about homeless. So you can just add the word people in.
Yeah. Paragraph 10: camping provisions will not be used against the homeless.
Okay.
So now we're changing it to homeless people.
That's really kind of you. Just 2 quick questions. The 4 days seems a little bit arbitrary, given other cities have different. So are we able to justify that when we go out to consultation?
4 days, I agree, is arbitrary, but we are pretty much the most generous one. And also another reason is to be consistent with our current restrictions applying to the designated areas.
Okay. And just the other question is, does this really mean we have freedom camping anymore? You'll remember the debates we had when the legislation was passed. We've now got so many restrictions on. Do you think it undermines sort of the policy intent of the Act? Or is it just really that the government's realised it was never going to be workable?
No, I don't understand.
Okay. So in essence, I think the legislative environment has changed at a national level simply because the issues that have been caused over multiple years, right? So the previous regime in terms of rules wasn't fit for purpose, and there was significant issues in terms of people camping in inappropriate places and also not respecting those places in the right way. And that's been going on for a long period of time. And I think the local government sector has welcomed this legislation to allow us to deal with these issues in a more appropriate way.
Righto. Councillors, with the leave of the meeting, I would just like to understand if we are happy for Iona's amendment to be an editorial change. It's essentially just updating a piece of terminology. Cool beans, nods. Right. I've got 2 other people for questions, and I'm just going to plead that they are to discover new information not already stated in the report, and that we're conscious of time. Councillor Abdirahman and then Councillor Chung.
I have asked this question and satisfactorily responded previously, but for the sake of the community and the councillors who was not there at the time, I want to ask, how do you determine who is homeless and who is not when you...
Stats New Zealand has the definition for homeless, and our homeless strategy 2012 also pretty much adopted this terminology, and it covers 4 situations, including living in inhabitable accommodation or temporary accommodation or sharing accommodation with other people.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks. My question is just about the 4-day limit. Is that based on your experience or knowledge of how long people actually stay in one place, or is it where did that 4-day figure come from?
It's what we currently have at our camping areas.
Yeah, it's currently what we have. It is a little bit more generous than other jurisdictions, but I think one of the key reasons behind that is a lot of people are travelling through, so they're going through the North Island to the South Island and obviously hopping on the ferries, and so just that period in between just allows them to find space in the ferry and travel. I think that's largely what's driving it. We could look at reducing it, but we don't get any significant complaints in terms of the 4-day rule, so we're quite happy to stay with it.
Thank you. Thank you. With no further people on the list for Pātai, I'm going to move to debate. Mā wai te motini e whakataka koutou. Is there a mover? I am the mover. Mā wai te whakahoinga e tautoko. Is there a seconder? John. Sorry, he got there quickly. He captured my attention first. He takai hei tau patupatu. Is there any debate? Councillor Free.
I'll keep this really, really brief, but I think this is an important amendment to make it 4 days everywhere, because what we've been facing in our ward is people who have been permanently parked up with free. And I don't know if they come into the homeless category. That's not something that we've been able to actually ask, because up until now it's just been a right. But it's pretty difficult when you've got somebody that's just there constantly for a long period of time. So I think this gives us a little bit more ability to monitor and to maybe help out if people genuinely are homeless. And anyway, I'm very supportive of this.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Just 2 very brief comments. a reminder to be really careful about our language when we're talking about now even this might be wrong, the unhoused. Because, yeah, I've alerted you to another issue. We have a very compassionate approach, and I just want us to be very rigorous about our language, and I have been consistent about this for a number of years, actually, because we constantly have these issues. The other thing, it's good that the government has realised that the original legislation from 2011 isn't actually workable. Local authorities at the time said freedom camp, there is no such thing. There is always a cost to the environment, to communities, so it's good that it's being tightened up.
I have no further people on the list. Just in my right of reply yet to thank Councillor Pennant for bringing this correction, and I understand we've got on the cards DCM and City Mission to come in and chat to us about the upcoming homelessness review. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Shoot. Councillor Abdirahman. Thank you. I know we're all probably tired, teetering on hangry. Nah, it's all right. Happy. Yeah, go. Feel free to grab a snack break. Hey, look, we're going to move on to item 2.5, pre-approval for applications to trade on the Wellington Town Belt. I will take the paper as read. Christine, did you want to add any further comments?
No, I'm going to read the room, and I would also take the paper as read, but I'm here for questions. Got any?
Fantastic. He pātai mai utu ai mua e tau patu. Any questions? Fantastic. Mā waiti mōtini e whakataka koutou. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Young is moving the motion. Councillor Rebecca Matthews is going to second. Woohoo. He taka hei tau patu. Oh, no, there's no debate. E nei ka potitia te mōtini. Thank you, Christine. Councillor Young and Ray. What? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Councillor Brown. There are also lots of cool punny names for dog walkers in the town belt, if you look at the recommendations. Fantastic. Item 2.6, the Social, Cultural and Economic Hearings Panel. I will take this paper as read, but just welcome Jennifer Parker to say any words on the report. And councillors, I'll note, since chatting to you all at councillor-only time, we have, from a selection of people that volunteered themselves and the people that were not currently on the E&I one, that's how we've come up with this list.
Sure. Kia ora, so I'm sure you've all read the paper. The report's just asking you to consider a hearings panel if you would like to have one to help deal with the consultation processes and the engagement with the community, to give this committee more time for other debate and decision making, really. Happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jen. And I understand this paper allows for us to, if particular consultations come up, decide if we wanted to all be the ones to hear it.
Exactly.
Where things become significant. Fantastic. I am seeing no pātai. So, mā waiti mōtini e whakataka koutou. I understand Councillor Abdirahman is going to move this report. And I'm happy to second. Would you like to speak? Fantastic. And to appoint Councillor Abdirahman as the chair as well, which is very exciting. Oh, yeah.
I just want to make that even more explicit, because I had mentioned earlier the paper refers to the Accessibility Action Plan, and that piece of work I'll be advocating very strongly that hearings for that matter go before all councillors. So that's one of the reasons I have taken my name off this, and thank you, Ray, for just stepping in. But yeah, thanks to all those councillors who have volunteered or been volunteered.
We're all stars. Righto. We will move. Oh, would you like a right of reply?
Just quickly, but I want everyone to realize that when subcommittees form, the importance of all to follow the videos and then well informed before any decision being made. So even though we're taking some of you a bit of a break, but still space to go back and watch the boring videos sometimes. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman. And nāne ka potitia Timotini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. Oh, Diane, did you mean to vote against? Alrighty. And nāne ka... Oh, blah. Kōmana, that is carried. Righto, with the leave of the meeting, I'm going to move actions tracking and forward work program together. No mai kim whao ki te hora e te korero. We also take both papers as read.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if we can take them as read, there's, I suppose, 31 actions, 24 are in progress and 7 are complete, so we're really working our way through that quite nicely. And then for the next month, oh no, is it next month? I think it is, there's around about 2 or 3 items on our agenda that may fill up a little bit more. It depends on what happens over the next few weeks, and then we've got a very busy November. So, yeah.
Kia ora, thanks, Kim. He pātai mai utu a mua ai tau patu patu. Councillor Bennett.
Just really quickly, and it could be done by email. There were 2 things which were passed last year around walking tracks in Mātairangi, and also the rent settings for tenants was set last year, and it's still saying in progress. So I'm just wondering if we could have an update.
The rent settings is in progress still at the moment, because are you talking about with our city housing?
Yeah.
So a letter's gone out already advising from a joint letter of Te Toi Mahana and also the council advising that there'd be a rent increase, I think, from in 3 months, 2 or 3 months' time. So that is in progress, but it hasn't.
No, this is the one about officers producing and publishing analysis about removing the market rent structure. That one there, and that was passed in, the 4th of August.
This may be something we could follow up on outside, if that's all good.
I guess my general point would be, if things are in progress and they've been on there for a year, like, I think we do need more detail about why they haven't, the work hasn't been done.
Cool, we'll follow that up.
There may be legitimate reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Yep, fantastic. Councillor Matthews is going to move it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Young.
I just want to briefly speak, because is it the last committee that Kim Fell is going to be on? So I just wanted to acknowledge all of the work and your contributions to council in a formal and public setting, and wish you all the very best for your new role and your new life that doesn't involve such a big commute.
Yeah,
and we wish you all the very best.
Yeah,
it's great. Thank you. It's been my pleasure. So I know. Yeah, thank you very much. It's good. Cool.
Cheers, Kim. Righto, Councillor Young, would you like to speak? No? Righto. We'll put the motion which has been moved and seconded.
That's right.
Weeks.
3,
Oh, cool, mana, that has carried. Yay, well done, everyone. Cool. Fantastic. I'm just going to read the closing karakia. Feel free to join me. Enuhia, ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, ama, te nāko, te tinan, e te ara takatu, whakairia a kia wātea, aira, ko. Fantastic.